So welcome everyone to the Midcoast Community Council meeting on April 14th, 2021 at 7:02 p.m. and I'm calling this meeting to order. Len, could you please call the roll?
Sure. Jill,
Yes.
Claire,
Here.
Dave,
Here.
Michelle,
Here.
Greg, Dan,
Here.
and I'm here. All here.
Great, thank you. So tonight we do have several guests with us tonight, including Supervisor Horsley. I believe he's on, and actually tonight Lena is going. Normally Lena gives the Board of Supervisors report. She actually emailed that out to us, and I will be posting that on the midcoastcommunitycouncil.org website. We're going to skip the verbal update in order to save time, and we're going to move on to reports from other government officials.
Excuse me.
Yes.
I don't think that's ever been done. I think it's important for the community to be able to hear the report.
Well, we will post it to the website, so it'll be available to the community.
Well, people take their time to come to this meeting. I think that.
Yeah, I think that most people are coming to this meeting to discuss the topic of wildfire preparedness. She did prepare a brief update. I'll make sure it's posted in the next few minutes.
Can we summarize it?
I guess that's up to Lena. Lena, are you prepared to give a quick summary?
Sure. Yeah, it was a really short one, so I can do that in under a minute or two.
Thank you.
The high level version is that we are still in the orange tier, and we're probably going to stay there for a little bit longer. We're just a smidge too far to get to the yellow tier, but we'll see in the next coming weeks. The Johnson & Johnson vaccine, you probably have heard, has had some side effects. So the county is pausing use of it until the CDC has given it an official okay. We only actually received 500 doses this week, so we'll just keep those until we're ready to keep using them if that becomes applicable. And I just have a really quick update about the multimodal trail. It's still on schedule to start construction in the summer.
Great, thanks, Lena.
Is there no update to the fire station lighting? I was told that there would be.
And also the thing about possibly getting a pump out.
Let's please don't speak until you're called on. If you'd like to ask a question of Lena, you can raise your hand. Dan, Lena, go ahead and respond to Dan and Sid's questions quickly.
Sure. So with the fire station lighting, I think the plan that we talked about is to go ahead with a meeting with the supervisor and Dan yourself, but planning released their updated document for dimming, and I can share that if people are interested in seeing it.
Okay, well, I just wanted to say, the dimming alone is unacceptable to me, and I believe as well as the community in large.
Okay. Next, we're going to move on to reports from other government officials. I believe I did receive an email from Barbara Dye for GCSD. So Barbara, you can go ahead and unmute and give your update.
Yes, we'd like to start updating at these meetings, which we haven't been doing, but we're pleased to do that. Our capital improvement program for replacing sewer lines is about to start. You've seen the various agencies marking up the streets. This will affect Isabella, Palma, and the Alameda, and should start in early May, and neighboring people who will be affected will get door hangers about it. So that's about to happen. We're going out to bid on the relocation of the sewer line that affects the Medio Creek Bridge, and that should happen in June. We've been doing our due diligence on the notion of our plan to create a community center, although we have not, although the old fire station is not on the market and we have not made a decision about whether to make an offer. We did have a structural engineer look at it and hired a local architect to look at it. She presented to us her evaluation of the old fire station, which looks as if it would make a very nice community center. We can move our offices there and also have a number of meeting rooms, a craft room, rooms for various different activities and storage, and potentially a catering kitchen. So that's in process. We are waiting till the fire department decides to put that on the market. So we're moving forward. And then finally, we are moving forward with Burnham Park. We're continuing to work with K and K Landscape Architects and the Resource Conservation District on finalizing the plan for submittal to the county for permits. We're about to send out an RFQ for a civil engineer, and then we'll be looking for a CEQA consultant to help us prepare our package that we're going to submit to the county. So we've been busy, lots is happening. Oh, and one more thing, we're about to add the closed captions to our meetings, inspired by you guys at the Midcoast Community Council.
Great. Thank you so much for that update, and we're looking forward to having you at future meetings. Next, I believe do we have an update from the city of Half Moon Bay from Harvey?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
It's good to be here. I know you have a lot on your plate tonight. So I'll be brief. The first item was that the Half Moon Bay City Council last meeting approved forming a advisory committee about redistricting. And the reason I'm bringing this up, it's not just a Half Moon Bay issue. The Montero Water and Sanitary District got the same kind of letter that we got. The Coastside Fire Protection District, which also works on the Midcoast, got its letter. So there's going to be, there is a state law that's going to require redistricting, and there are a lot of requirements about how it has to be done, what can be considered and what can't be considered. So be on the lookout for that because it's coming. Also at that meeting last week, the City Council approved $250,000 to give as grants to local nonprofits that are working mostly on COVID recovery. That's the most we've ever given, and it's possible that we'll end up giving even more. But organizations like Coastside Hope that are based in El Granada are going to get a decent grant from us. If we're able to use the federal money, we might even increase that beyond $250,000. So that's our contribution to try to get COVID recovery in effect. And lastly, after 7 years of public meetings and planning commission meetings and city council meetings and advisory meetings and much collaboration between our city staff and the Coastal Commission staff, tomorrow is a monumental day because at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, the Coastal Commission is going to be considering our local coastal plan land use plan, and the staff of the Coastal Commission all recommended approval of the plan, and they claimed that this was a wonderful example of how a local coastal plan should be written. So I'm really looking forward to that, and the Coastal Commission meetings are easily accessible. They're really very well done. There were something like 2,000 pages of letters that had been submitted about the local coastal plan. So there's a lot that's happening, and I'm, as I said, really excited that we're going to get that approved tomorrow. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Harvey. It looks like Carlisle Ann Young has a question.
Yeah, I have two actually. Harvey, on the land use update plan, I mentioned it when you guys were voting on it back in October, I think it was, that you didn't have an emergency evacuation plan part of it. And the city manager said, I think he made a mistake, but he said, we're going to have to evacuate in place. and that they were going to probably get that plan together as part of their another plan. I think it's emergency plan or something. Do you know if that's in the works or when they're going to be doing that? Because we're going to be, gridlock central if you guys don't, figure out something for emergency evacuation. It's bad enough just on a regular day. And then I have one more question after that. Do you know, are they working on it?
Yeah, the city is working on its emergency operation plan.
Yeah.
It's scheduled for about June to be released.
Goody.
It's meant to be comprehensive.
Good.
Yeah. Okay.
And the second question I had was, I heard today that you guys are testing something with identity, I don't know what you call it, but where they can facial recognition in Half Moon Bay, and they already been testing it. Are you going to go through with that, or is that going to be something up to the public before you enact it?
If you're talking about the license plate reader,
The
plan,
person, the
Yeah.
person who told me said it was facial recognition. I thought it was the license plate readers because you guys talked about that once before, but she seemed to think it was something else, so I hadn't heard of it.
I know nothing about facial recognition.
Okay,
The license plate reader plan had been presented to us and went nowhere.
right. So you're not testing anything. That's what she told me. It's already been tested. So I guess not. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, Sid. Next, Claire Toutant has a question.
I just wanted to add and make sure I'm correct about Harvey's announcement about the Coastal Commission and the land use plan. I believe that the developers of Dunes Beach are appealing the plan and that will be part of the meeting. Is that correct?
Well, they're going to be speaking probably against it. I don't know, but it's not a formal appeal that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Of the
Yes.
2,000 pages of letters that I mentioned, a lot of them were from community members, and there were some members from the developers of the Dunes Beach Surf Beach plan, but I'm not aware of a formal appeal that is in the works, but they'll definitely be speaking tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Harvey? No, not seeing any. So do I have any other government officials who would like to speak? I saw that Catherine Slater Carter briefly had her hand raised. I wasn't sure if it was for that. Catherine, you're on mute. Do you want to go ahead and give an update?
Oh, that appears to work. I'm sorry, I've been doing Zoom, but I'm not on this machine. So anyway, Montera is pretty much working on our budget. And as far as Harvey mentioned, the letter on redistricting, our attorney discovered that the governor put out an executive order that stayed action on the redistricting until he lifts the COVID restrictions. And so we are doing our due diligence, but we are not jumping into things with the 45-day limit that we had been given. And we're in touch with the governor's office and others as well. We want to make sure that we do what's best for our community and that the community has an opportunity to be involved. And unfortunately, the COVID orders could be problematic, or the COVID restrictions could be problematic in that. At Sewer Authority Midcoast side, we had an interesting meeting earlier this week with the regional water, or I'm sorry, RCD giving its water quality report. And then more importantly, the Regional Water Quality Control Board has put a TMDL, total daily something load, order on
Total maximum daily load.
total maximum daily load. Thank you, Kellex. And so we are, we will be responding to that. One of the things I would like to see, and I brought it up there, and Keishan is working on it, is to get a group together to find out, to do a study and find out where this is coming from. Hopefully we can work with the water board, RCD, and get some of these federal grants, all of which be, for instance, one of the things that water board know, leakage from the, or problem in the harbor from the septic systems at the airport. But a couple of years ago, when I was at 30 restaurant at the time, there were pump outs on that septic system monthly, sometimes weekly, depending on the load of customers. Montera has also had has our wells trade. So we know, for instance, lots of details that apparently weren't used, and we'd like to get those all put together in a package so we can find a good solution to the pollution in the harbor, and a workable solution that can clean it up for everyone. So that's kind of it.
Point of order, was I the only one that was not able to hear everything that Catherine was wanted to say?
No, I think it was a little choppy. I think we got the majority of it, but there were a few bits that cut out. Is there anything specific?
Hopefully, I'm
Oh, you're still cutting out.
internet, so that's the problem.
Yep. Okay. Well, I think we caught most of it. Thank you very much for your update. Does anyone have any questions for Catherine?
I have if I can note something.
Yes.
So Catherine and others who are interested, the RCD presented to the Harbor District, and it's online, the recording's online. Everything we know from the studies about the harbor, what is contributing, what has been ruled out, what we know is contributing pollution but can't be controlled, what still remains to be known, that sort of thing. I think if I could overly simplify it, I'd say you're not going to find a single smoking gun, and it's going to keep changing. So our techniques need to change as well. And if people are interested in learning more, we, because so often when the RCD is reporting what we know about water quality or about our water quality work, it's 10 or 15 minutes squeezed into somebody's packed agenda. We just went for it and set up an hour-long webinar next week on the 21st. And it's just to tell you everything that we know so that you all know what we know. So we're going to do our best to say who's doing what, dispel some myths and lore around water quality and culpability, and to explain what the different pollutants are and why they matter and what the data are telling us and what the gaps are. So everything we know, we're planning on sharing. Maybe, hey, Joe or Sheena, if you don't mind finding the link to that for people to register to the webinar and dropping it in the chat. Would you mind doing that? Thanks so much.
Thanks, Kellex. Carlisle, did you have a question for Kellex or for Catherine?
Yes. Well, related to what they were saying, Lena didn't answer my question about the pump out vouchers for the RV dwellers and vehicle dwellers that are living on the coast, but a lot of them are at the harbor area or on Airport Street. And there is a riparian habitat that does run into the harbor from there. But secondly, I read recently that there were 6 out of the 10 worst beaches in California. The #1 polluted beach is in Seal Cove, and San Vicente Creek runs into it. And upstream from there, there's quite a few horse farms and stuff. And I just wondered if RCD had any chance to work on the pollution that's flowing right into the Fitzgerald Marine Reserve.
During that webinar, we're going to talk about what that beach bummer list actually means and what it doesn't mean. And,
Okay.
and I think that it might be some of the mythology. And so we're going to do a little bit of a deeper dive about the science behind that beach bummer listing, how the sampling is done, and what is sort of apples to apples comparisons. And we've been working for decades with the equestrians and others upstream. And very often we have seen over the years that the spikes in bacteria are happening west of Highway 1. So it's complex. There are complex inputs, and we'll talk about it more in our webinar.
And when is that again?
I think that Sheena's going to put something in the chat box.
Okay.
to give you
All
the
right. Good.
details, but
Thank
it's
you
on-
so
There it
much.
is.
It's on the 21st.
I hope that you
Perfect.
can
Thank
do
you.
another water test in San Vicente Creek and see
We
before
do
you
it-
just,
They're ongoing. We do them
Okay, good.
regularly. We've been
Thanks.
doing them regularly. We'll talk all about that.
So
And we
happy.
also do first flush. We do a lot of monitoring on San Vicente
Goody.
Creek. We'll talk about it.
I'll look for the link.
Great,
Thanks.
thank you. Okay, I think that's it for government officials. If anyone else did want to speak, please raise your hand now. And then next we're going to move to public comment. This is public comment only on items not on the agenda. And just to refresh everyone, if you do want to speak, please be sure to raise your hand. The way you do that is if you're on a desktop computer, there's a reactions tab down at the bottom. And you can click that, and usually raise your hand is right there. If you're on an older version of Zoom, sometimes it's located in the participants list. If you are on your mobile app, it's under the More tab. And if you're dialing in from a phone, you have to press *9. Okay, so let's go to public comment. First, we'll go to Chrislyn from the Half Moon Bay Coastside Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you so much. I don't think I saw this on the agenda, the Caltrans signs. Are you guys talking about that? Okay.
Not tonight, no.
Okay, perfect. So I just wanted to, it's a bit beating a dead sign, but they had another meeting, and I know some people were able to join it. I've been on every Caltrans meeting about these signs over the past year. And I just really want to reiterate, because I know that the MCC's kind of been back and forth about what parts to support and all that. And if these signs were really truly meant for just handling emergencies and helping us through that, I would be all for it. It's so obvious that they have money to spend on this project, and they're just trying to spend it and not lose it. They even mentioned that in the last meeting. They are not really talking to our concerns that we bring up at the meetings, meeting after meeting. They just kind of blow through them.
I lost my sound. Did anybody else?
Yeah,
Okay.
we can't hear you anymore, Chrislyn. Looks like she froze. Oh, and she's dropped. Okay, we'll go on to the next person, and we can go back to
Froze?
her if she. Oh, Chrislyn,
Oh,
can you hear us?
sorry. Yeah, sorry.
We missed like the last 30 seconds.
Oh, okay. Well, they have no maintenance plan. They admitted that. They admitted pretty much that they have money and need to spend it. So our need for the signs is not really in their purview anyway. And there's no maintenance and all that. So I just recommend that when MCC gets ready to put a letter together, that you really do another round of public comment, because Caltrans is not listening and they're not paying attention to what we need. They just want to spend the money. And it's quite frustrating, and it's a very poorly planned project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that.
If I
Next.
could chime in briefly, Michelle.
Sure.
Caltrans last day for comment on this poorly conceived plan is the 20th. They need written comments. It can be email, but it can't be just verbal comments at meetings to give the Midcoast and Half Moon Bay's idea about what we think of this plan. The 20th is the deadline. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Okay, next we'll go to Ann Rothman.
Oh, can I ask Harvey one quick question?
Said, please
Okay.
ask via the chat. just, you can chat with him if you have a question. We need to move on. Anne?
Thank you so much. I wanted to address a concern with my request for public oversight to ensure 75% coastal work or current residents for the Cypress Point development. I found out that it is legal to have oversight of MidPenn's filling 75% of its units with local workers or current residents. Both MidPenn and the San Mateo County manager made explicit promises before the Coastal Commission to have 75% local preference for housing of the residents at Cypress Point. Because the Coastal Commission's approval of the change to the LCP was predicated on this, it is reasonable and legal to have oversight to ensure that this happens. For this reason, I ask that oversight to this process be made. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Anne, for that comment. Next, it looks like Carlisle Ann Young has a question or a comment, sorry. Please go ahead.
I left my hand up by mistake when I was
got
trying
it.
to ask Harvey about the Caltrans thing.
Okay,
I just,
yeah, please.
if I could just ask, do you know, Harvey, did you guys talk about 92 at all with them? I guess he's
No,
gone. Oh,
no.
okay. Thanks. That's all I wanted to know.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments on items not on tonight's agenda?
Yes, I have a question. I'm trying to juggle a phone and a
Okay, sure,
screen.
go ahead,
so-
Catherine.
because the screen keeps cutting out. First, I want to thank Crystal and Harvey. I agree entirely with the comments you both made on those signs. And I think it's April 20th that you have to get the letter into Caltrans. And it's important to state your opinion, whether pro or con. That said, I'm speaking previously and now as an individual. Something has come up on Nextdoor, and that is that apparently the rumor mill has it that Art House La Costa is going to be tomorrow on the public chat at Coastal Commission to alert them to this. Midcoast Council has been involved in it in the past, and I think it's important that it remain to be a functioning business. I believe that was in the use permit for the development of that site from when it used to be Frank's and it was sold down or torn down. So if people are concerned, please contact the planning department at the county and also send notes to the Coastal Commission. I did discover it's very easy to comment to the Coastal Commission online from their website. I would recommend that if people are concerned about these things to please take that up. Thank you.
Great, thank you for that comment. Okay, I don't see any additional hands raised, so public comment is now closed. We're going to move on to the consent agenda. Tonight, we have one item on the consent agenda, which is the minutes from the March 24th regular meeting. Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Thank you, Greg. Do we have a second?
Second,
Thanks, Dan. Len, please call the roll.
Jill Grant,
Yes.
Claire Toutant,
Yes.
Dave Olson,
Yes.
Greg DeGeese,
Yes.
Dan Haggerty,
yes,
Michelle,
Yes,
myself, yes, 7-0.
thank you. Okay. And then next, we're going to move on to the regular agenda, which I'm really excited about. I'm just going to give a quick intro, and then I'll turn it over to Supervisor Horsley. So this is something we've been talking about for quite a while with fire preparedness, just generally emergency preparedness, and fire has been a hot topic recently, no pun intended. But with our coastal climate and the frequent fog on the coast side, historically, we've felt like the risk was very low. But with accelerating climate change, we've seen the danger just start to increase. And that was really brought to light with the CZU lightning complex fire last August. It was a bit of a wake up call, I think, for a lot of us on the coast. Now we're seeing rising insurance premiums, even cancellations of some members with the PG&E power outages and many more like drier, windier days, just worse, weather that is at greater risk of starting and spreading a fire. So we've heard from residents that they're concerned, and rightfully so. So now we just want to do everything that we can to help get prepared. And that's why we put together this session tonight. We have a really great lineup of distinguished speakers, including Supervisor Don Horsley. We're glad to have him here at our MCC meeting. We're going to follow that by a presentation from Fire Chief Rich Sampson. And we also have Chief David Cosgrave here. Then we have Nicholas Calderon from the San Mateo County Parks Department, and Kellex Nelson, as you've already heard from the Resource Conservation District. I'm going to conduct this session a little bit differently than most of our sessions, in that we only have one topic. So we have about 2 hours to spend on this topic. It should be a good deal of time. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with those presenters, as I've mentioned. We're going to save our questions until after we've heard from all of our presenters, because I think there's going to be, we did actually prepare a long list of questions, which is posted on the website. And I'm sure that members of the council and the community do have additional questions, but I think there's a good chance that if you have a question after seeing one person's presentation, it may be covered in one of the subsequent presentations. So definitely be sure to, note your questions. And then following the presentations, what we'll do is go through with a round of questions from members of the council. After that, we will then go to public comment, and then we'll wrap it up at the end with a discussion among the council.
Excuse
So
me,
with that,
Michelle,
yes.
a point of information.
Sure.
I personally have been aware, and the council, MCC, has been aware since 2000, I think it was 12, of the extreme fire danger. It's not a new thing.
Okay.
So please don't think that the community has not been aware of this we've only learned about this in a short period. It's been a long time that CAL FIRE came to one of our meetings, MCC meeting in 2012, and it gravely expressed the concern at that time. And there has been, nothing really substantially done, with the exception of some masticator kind of, trail, work done. As far as I know, that's the only thing that's been done since 2012. Significantly since 2012.
Well, thank you, Dan, for that. You certainly have more background on it than I do. I was just expressing that the concern has just come to a head a little bit lately, and definitely I know that there's been longer, more history than even I've been a part of. But yeah, we're excited to bring this session to the MCC tonight, and to hear from all of these different speakers, and to hear from members of the community as well. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Supervisor Horsley, who can give a quick update.
Thanks, Chair Wheel, and good evening for the council members, as well as I think it looks like there's about 80 or 90 people on this, actually 91 people who are listening. So I'm just going to give a quick overview. So first of all, we really kind of welcome this opportunity to really talk about the fire risk, especially in El Granada. So as you pretty much have said, Michelle, that the kind of the lineup, I guess, if you will, is, first of all, we are going to start with our chief from the CAL FIRE, Rich Sampson, and Dave Cosgrave. And they're going to give a brief history of the eucalyptus forest, the fire severity status, trade-offs with transitioning back to chaparral, cost estimates, and funding opportunities. And then I will give a council an update on the things that I have done. I have been aware of fire risks even before the CZU fire, so we'll talk about that to some extent. And then next we'll have our county parks director, Nicholas Calderon. Most of you are familiar with him because he used to at one time work in my office, and he'll talk about defensive spaces, shaded fuel breaks and evacuation routes in the county parklands. And then we'll finish up with Kellex Nelson, who is, I think, I guess, well known to all of you and all the coastside people on the Resource Conservation District. And she'll talk about some of the work that she does with our Fire Safe Council. So with that, I assume that Chief Sampson is on the line.
I see him there, and it looks like he has permission to co-host and share his screen.
Good evening. Yes, my name is Rich Sampson, and thanks for the promotion. Unfortunately, I'm not the fire chief, but that's Chief Larkin for that one. And I also have Chief Cosgrave on tonight. He may be sharing some of the information on the evacuations and Zone Haven. There'll be a section that he's more appropriate to discuss. My background, I'm a forester. I run the resource management program for Cal Fire in San Mateo, Santa Cruz. I'm also in charge of the fire prevention office for the wildland part of the unit. I've been involved and been working on fire danger in El Granada for decades now. The first eucalyptus project I worked on in El Granada was back in 1984, as soon as I got out of college working for a consultant over the hill. And I'd like to point out that I've been advocating removing eucalyptus and restoring this in native vegetation since the 80s. It's just something that my training experience, that's what we needed to do. I've always, well, I've even done it publicly, probably most recently on some of the discussions in front of the MCC and the Board of Supervisors. But I do have to caution that I've also added that it's my opinion that that project that I think we're discussing tonight, the total removal of eucalyptus from El Granada, is something I don't see, in my opinion, that's possible in the near future. And I feel tonight, my job is to do the best that I can to set realistic expectations for the community so that you can be more efficient in moving forward and gain as many of your objectives as possible. And basically, it would be with current state and local coastal regulations, endangered species regulations, environmental activism, the huge expense, the lack of a market now for this amount of this eucalyptus material that we used to have but is no longer available. I don't really realistically see this project occurring in the next 5 to 10 years. But if we do the project, realistically, it will be most likely a 10-year project. It's not something that's going to be finished overnight. You just can't go out and remove all these acres of eucalyptus trees safely in that short amount of time. So it's not a problem that's going to go away. I'd like to talk about fire hazard severity zone ratings and maps. That's something that's been used on a lot of the letters I've seen over the last week or so. There's many different rating systems. There's many different maps that are out there. We've seen maps that the PUC and PG&E have put out for the tier 1 through tier 3 maps. But the ones that we've been used the most is the fire hazard severity zone maps. And those are the ones that show El Granada up on the hill in the very high fire hazard severity zone. Those maps are based on many factors related to slope, fuel types, and fire weather, past history. That system evaluates wildfire hazards and physical conditions that would create the likelihood that an area would burn in between a 30 and 50-year period. They do not take into account modifications such as fuel reduction efforts. It's a long-term model that looks at a lot of different factors, but most of them are related to slope, fuel, and fire weather. While fire hazard severity zones do not predict when or where a wildfire will occur, they do identify areas where wildfire hazards could be more severe and therefore of greater concern. So basically what I'm saying is they're showing you where, if all the factors lined up and we have that window, that magic window where the humidities are down, the wind's up, the temperature's up, and the fuels are dried out, where we can sustain a fire that's catastrophic, similar to like the CZU fire that we had this summer down in the south end of the county. These are the areas, these high areas or these very high areas are the areas that we're most worried about. The proposed project that's discussed tonight, the total removal of eucalyptus from El Granada, will not solve all your issues. First and foremost, and this is probably something you don't want to hear, if we remove all the eucalyptus from that hillside, it will not change the very high fire hazard severity zone rating for El Granada on the hill. It just is not going to happen. That's not the way the model is set up. The other part of it is it's not going to bring back your fire insurance coverage. It will make it easier for you to save, or for us, the fire department and the community, to save more homes, and it'll be easier for us to control the fire and less likely for the fire to go to a high crown fire. It'll make it easier for you to escape safely. Why is that? Why am I saying that? Well, it's basically we're changing the vegetation from a eucalyptus forest, dense eucalyptus forest, 120, 130 feet tall, to coastal marine chaparral. It's a chaparral burns. And let me see if I can share the screen and bring a map up.
I mean, excuse me, none of these plans have been
Dan, if we could
presented
save
yet.
this till the end.
There's no plan.
Dan, I need to save this to the end if we could.
Yes, Dan,
And
please refrain from interjecting until the end.
Here's the latest fire hazard severity zone map for the north central coast. And let me make sure everybody can see it. But the pink area is very high fire hazard severity zone in the state responsibility area.
We're not actually seeing your
You're not
screen
seeing
yet.
it.
It's
Okay.
probably on your other screen.
Let's see if I can get this to go now.
Looks like it's starting.
There we go.
Hey, Rich, were you showing a slide before when you were talking also? Because if so, you'll want to go back to that.
Okay, no, I hadn't brought it up, but I should have. So are you seeing a map of the north central coast? So the pink and the red areas are the current very high fire hazard severity zone areas that have been typed out by the current model. Current model is a 2006 version. They are working right now to issue a new version, but I don't expect to see that until at least next year. The LRA sections, local responsibility areas, are in the red. The pink are in the state responsibility areas. And I don't know if you can see my cursor, but this area right here with the yellow spot, that's the Quarry Park area. So if you look at what the vegetation is in that pink area on both sides of El Granada, where you don't have eucalyptus, it's coastal marine chaparral. That's what's on that hillside. It's all super steep, 100% slopes, quite frequent, narrow ridges. But the main thing is it's coastal marine chaparral. It's got the same weather, whether you have eucalyptus or not, and you're going to have the same north winds, and you have the same slopes and aspect to the south. So if you go ahead and remove the eucalyptus, which I still think is a good idea, you're still going to have coastal marine chaparral coming back up as a dominant cover type on those hillsides. Marine chaparral burns quite well, just not as bad as eucalyptus. But under the current models that they're using, it's no different. It won't kick us out of the very high fire hazard severity zone. Let's go on down. See if I can get back in here without messing up my screen. Get my notes working again. No, it's not cooperating. God, I love technology. Take me back to 1984 and my K-Pro computer. Well, we'll go to Plan B then. So I started looking at the costs for doing this type of a project. And a rough estimate of doing, I went ahead and pulled up the Fine Fuels mapping project for San Mateo County that's almost completed. And out of that project, they came up with a type map that's very recent and very accurate of all the different forest and habitat types in the county. One of them, of course, is eucalyptus. And out of 4,700 acres of eucalyptus in San Mateo County, 314 acres of it is in Quarry Park. 123 acres of it is in private residential El Granada. And let me see if I can make something work here. No, it's computer locked up when I shared the screen. Maybe it'd be better if I got rid of sharing the screen.
Stops the share what you're showing and then start it again with another.
There we go. I'm trying to get to my third screen where all my notes are.
I just want to remind the community has not been presented with any kind of plan. So you're making judgments off of a plan that has not been
And
presented.
we have our experts here to speak. You can speak after they're done.
This is important.
I'm not running away. I'm just trying to find some paper notes. Anyway, so I ran through the costs. I'm looking at the logging costs for removing eucalyptus on steep ground. I looked at some similar projects that occurred over in Wonderlick Park, over in San Mateo, over on the Woodside side of the hill from 2 years ago. I looked at potential hauling costs because we're most likely not going to be able to leave all this material on the ground. Look at the processing costs to go ahead and turn this wood from trees into chips or whatever form we need to move it off the site. And then if we move it off the site, if we can move it to someplace, subsidizing the haul, because right now it doesn't pay to haul anymore since we don't have a paper mill to haul it like we used to back in the 80s. When we get into the residential areas, I looked at having to bring a crane in to bring the trees down around structures. Rough estimate right now, very rough estimate, is about $150 million to remove all the eucalyptus on those 437 acres. About 97 million of that for the parkland and 52 million or 53 million for the private. So that's just a rough cost estimate. Moving on into environmental. Environmental and working on projects like this for the last number of years, it's estimated that it's likely that we'd be required for a project of this magnitude to go to a full EIR. We are in the coastal zone and they would be pushing for a significant removal of vegetation like this to go to that level. Everything that we've done so far as projects, as far as fuel reduction, has been understory removal. Working on mastication of anything up to 8 to 10 inches, or working with ground crews to go ahead and use chainsaws and hand and regular towed chippers to cut down small sprouts and run those through chippers. Those have estimated to be costing us about $4,000 to the acre. That's based on the 1918 or 2018. 2019 governor's project, but have not reduced the fuel load like we've always thought has been appropriate, which would be a total removal. We've had significant environmental opposition for every project that we've had, back all the way to the THP in 1984. Projects on Cabrillo School District lands. We've had opposition even on the 2019 governor's project. I fully expect, giving opposition that we're seeing, for example, over in the East Bay, even after the Oakland Hills fire, for their project that they actually already had a FEMA grant. They had to give back the FEMA grant because they were sued and it drug out so long. Significant opposition, so we have to be prepared for that. So environmental costs are going to be significant and environmental obstacles are going to be significant. So that's something that we have to take into account if we're going to go to that level for that type of a project. The next concern is funding sources. There are grant sources out there. But for example, the governor announced $500 million was going to be available for grant funding. But that's statewide grant funding. And when we're looking at a project that could approximately cost $150 million getting a large amount of that $500 million with the opposition or with the competition that we're going to have statewide, I don't think is very realistic. We also have to look at where the eucalyptus is. About a third of the eucalyptus just in El Granada is on private land with homes on it. The public land is fairly simple. That's the responsibility of who owns it, and we're actively looking for grants to take care of that. Private land is a little more difficult to get grant funding for, especially of that magnitude. One of the problems is the presumption that if it's on private property, it's the responsibility of the landowner to maintain the vegetation on their own property. So that's something that's going to have to be dealt with. Funding sources as far as other grants that are coming up in the near future. We have the Forest Health Grant that would probably not be using the greenhouse gas money or CCI money. That is probably not going to be appropriate in this case because we're not going to be maintaining a healthy forest. We're going to get rid of the forest. We'd be looking at more at the fire prevention grants and possibly some of the FEMA grants. Those are very difficult. Fourth section of grants is the State Fire Safe Council grants, the clearinghouse grants. Those generally do not come anywhere close to what it would cost to even attempt this project. Possibly planning level projects would be all we could get out of that. The last funding source that has been discussed has been discussed in other areas of the state has been parcel taxes. So that's something that will also be a subject that will have to come up. Definitely won't be anything that I'll be deciding on. After we have the cost issues, we look at competition with other projects. Starting with the governor's, the same year we came up with the governor's projects, it was very apparent that prioritizing projects throughout the state had not been happening very well or very consistently. And one of the programs that came out is the regional prioritization groups, where each region has a group that's put together of people that will gather all the projects that are in that region and start putting a matrix together to go ahead and prioritize them. So when we have a project, say for Woodside that wants to remove eucalyptus or put shaded fuel breaks, there's a way of rating that against, say, a project in El Granada where we have removal of eucalyptus or even shaded fuel breaks over here, or the same thing in San Diego. Locally, the participants in that group are county parks, state parks, CAL FIRE, the RCD, the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission foresters, Independence Open Space District. They are all participating in pulling together all those projects and putting them into a rating system. So when money is available, that we can go ahead and choose the highest priority ones to concentrate on. After that, we have to look at what can we do at this point. So CAL FIRE and most other fire agencies look at dealing with large wildfires on basically our priorities. First priority for us is life. Second priority is property. Third priority is environment. What does that mean to us? Well, the first thing we need to do is get everybody out of the way of the fire. If there is a risk that a heavy risk that people are going to die in that fire, we have to concentrate on getting people out of there. We need to evacuate. We're going to do that before we do anything else. We're going to do that before we try to put the fire out, before we try to protect homes. That's the priority system. If that's taken care of, then we move on to the second level, which is protecting the homes, where we'll try to do structure protection as much as possible. For 99.9% of the fires that we fight in this state, I mean, we had 8,700 of those wildland fires that we responded to, or that the fire departments responded to this last year. 99.9% of them were normal fires, most of them between a quarter of an acre and say 10 acres. If we get a fire like that in Quarry Park, it's probably going to be on the ground. It's probably not going to be with 50-mile-an-hour winds. not going to be the super dry humidities, and it's something that we're going to be able to realize that we can control fairly quickly, in which case we won't call for an evacuation. If we're calling for an evacuation, that means we're in that half or less than half of 1% of the fires, and that's where we need to get people out of the way. Once we get the structure protection taken care of, then we look at go ahead and taking care of dealing with containing that fire. The point I want to make here is if we're in that situation where we're calling for an evacuation, and there are plans for evacuations, and I'm going to turn that over to Chief Cosgrave to talk about some of the systems that we have. We're serious. We need to have people get out. If people don't get out, we can't do the job you're expecting us to do, and that's protect your homes. We'll be concentrating on protecting you, which means we're going to lose more homes. And the thing about a fire on that hillside that you have to realize is the fire is probably going to be driven by a north wind event, which means it's blowing downhill toward Half Moon Bay. Realistically, looking at the fuel types with those winds and the topography, I'm more concerned about the structures down on the flats below the pine stand down there below Murata. That's where the fire is being blown to. It's going to come out of that pine stand that's mixed in with eucalyptus, and it's going to be blowing embers across all of those structures. If we're dealing with trying to rescue people up on top of the hill, that fire is blowing through those structures and will continue on. So we're serious about evacuations. I can't stress that enough. With that, I'm going to turn that over to Chief Cosgrave. He's got a quick talk on Zone Haven, the current evacuation plans, and then we'll turn it back over, I believe, to Supervisor Horsley.
Thanks, Chief. So yeah, I was invited to talk about what you can do to prepare for the wildland fire and the evacuations. I did a seminar last week about it that's on YouTube on the CZU, or CAL FIRE CZU YouTube page. I'll post that on the chat when I'm done here. But we went over a lot of things you can do on the Ready, Set, Go formula. There will be another one next Tuesday, the 20th, to talk about home hardening and what you can do to reduce the risk. But basically, you know, what you can do in advance is make sure that you've used building materials and construction that's fire resistant to reduce the chance of your house catching on fire from embers. And defensible space would be cleaning up what you can around your yard so that when a ember lands, it doesn't find a receptive spot. So I talked a little about it last week, and there's going to be an hour and a half on it next week. So we're going to kind of skip some of that. But like Chief said, when that order goes out, you need to go. So you have to have a plan in place on when you're going to evacuate and how you're going to evacuate, and that's an independent plan that's up to you to make and work out in your situation and your abilities and what you're going to take and which route you're going to take, where you live, those things. And again, it's predicate on where the fire is coming from, what the conditions are. So it's a super dynamic process, but you need to go early. The more at risk you are, the earlier you should go. SMC Alert is the go-to for this county for alerting systems. So you want to make sure that you have registered for SMC alerts for any kind of evacuation notices such as that. The new NOAA radios that are coming out have all risk and they include wildfire alerts. So that's an option that's going to be coming in. But your situational awareness, I always preach to people, you know when it's fire weather, you've watched the news. So that's when you really have to be hyper vigilant on when you're going to leave and things like that. I'll also post the link to community.zonehaven.com, which is the evacuation platform we use. So I don't know if I can share my screen or not. I can maybe get that up there. Let's see here. No, I don't need it, and I don't have the ability. But if you go to Zonehaven, community.zonehaven.com, you'll see that we're in SMC E069 is what you're looking at for the area we're talking about. It includes from basically Portola, which splits El Granada in half to the right-hand side, all the way up El Granada Boulevard and all the way over into East Miramar. So in that area, there's approximately 1,512 residents and 700 and 29 structures and 51 acres. That's the data they have in Zone Haven. What that does for us is we can push the button and say, this is where the alert, this is where the evacuations have to take place. It's evacuating that 1/2 of El Granada. As the chief said, the most likely event during the north winds or during the fire winds pushes more from the north than the east, but it will be pushing towards the south. So my recommendation would be to exit and go towards the airport because you'll have cleaner air there, but that's all, again, dynamic based on the fire and things like that. I've had several questions about, trying to evacuate 25,000 people from the coast for a wildland fire. That's not a realistic thing that would happen. It's going to be sections that need to be evacuated, and all those residents could take temporary evacuation points, be it the large parking lots, the airport, coast, the large parking lots, and worst case scenario, the Brussels sprout fields, anywhere where there's a separation between you and the fuel. So that's the basics of evacuation. I'll post those links on it, and that's all I have on that. Next Tuesday, I'll set that link for you for the series of webinars so you can get more on those things. And then the following Tuesday on the 27th will be lessons learned from the CZU lightning fires. So those are the 3 webinars we're doing. And the other one, again, I'll post is on the CZU YouTube page. Thank you.
Great.
I see the community.zonehaven is already posted. So I'll post the link to the YouTube next. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, the link to the YouTube and the links to the future webinars would be great. Thank you, Chief Cosgrave and also Chief Sampson. Let's go next. I believe Supervisor Horsley, did you want to say some additional words right now before we go on to Nicholas?
Yeah, I do. I was going to, I know that people think, or at least I've seen a lot of emails indicating that the county hasn't done anything. I just want to give you some ideas of what we have in fact done over the past several years. And I don't want to go back too far, but we have been aware of the problems up in that area before. However, we always thought that, I think everyone always thought that the coastside air, because of the heavy moisture in the air, that really kind of protected us. Well, with the greenhouse gases and the climate change, that's no longer the case. So we have to do more. So in any case, a few years back, I started funding, like, for example, in our Parks Department, we put about an extra $1 million to allow them to buy things like equipment, like a masticator, chippers, chainsaws, pole saws, about $1 million worth of equipment. We added a natural resources management division, which is now responsible for overseeing fuel reduction efforts. And we actually added staff to our Parks Department. In fact, you never see parks rangers fighting fires, but in a CZU fire, they were instrumental in holding the northern part of the fire from getting up onto Skyline. So they have done a magnificent job in both preserving our parkland as well as firefighters, even though they don't necessarily have all the equipment that a firefighter. And then with the San Mateo County Resource Conservation District, we pumped about $625,000 into the RCD to do things like running our Fire Safe Council. We have 2 Fire Safe Councils, one in the County Fire Safe Council, and the other one is the South Skyline Fire Council. They also run our chipper program, the programmatic permitting that we're trying to work out with streamlining with the Coastal Commission, and as well as project development. And then lastly, we put about $150,000 into the RCD to do fire recovery in the South Coast. And then, talking about that Zone Haven, that actually was something that was developed through collaboration between my office and CAL FIRE. CAL FIRE came to my office as well as Supervisor Canepa and asked if we would be willing to fund this development of Zone Haven. So we put about $400,000 into this system. It works really well. We used it in the CZU fire and evacuated about 80,000 people with it. I think that CAL FIRE is now adopting it statewide. We've also worked with CAL FIRE on cameras. So we've located mostly on the bay side. And I think we're looking for, you'd have to ask Rich, I think we're looking for a site also on the coast side to be able to essentially like a fire watch, and that the cameras not just only pan in specific areas, but they actually are into our emergency ops center, and they're monitored on a constant basis so that we would get an early alert to a potential fire. And then we probably put another $15 million into our county fire agencies with new engines and at least one new fire house. And we have 2 additional stations in the planning stage. And in the future, I requested a couple $1 million in the county's coming budget for fire. So I'm asking for about $1 million to be set aside for county parks, and about $500,000 for the Fire Safe Council, because we have some serious evacuation routes on Highway 35. And then the next thing is that the county's really thinking about a potential tax because of the fact that you've heard from Rich Sampson about the cost of just Quarry Park. And that Quarry Park isn't the only part of the county that we have to worry about. So we're really thinking about having a $500 million bond to deal with both sea level rise as well as wildfires. And, that kind of concludes my remarks, and I'll be around for questions, and I'll turn it over to Kellex Nelson.
Again, there's no plan for Quarry Park.
Oh, let's talk
Yeah,
about
I
that.
think that's where I come in.
I think it was going to be Nicholas and then Kellex, right?
Okay. Yeah, that's, I got my agenda mixed up.
Okay, let's go to Nicholas next.
Kellex, I'll defer to you. I mean, all right, I'll go next, and then you can clean it up. Let me figure out how to share my screen here.
I think we need to make you a co-host.
Oh, that might
Dave
be.
should be on that.
I'm working on it.
I'd like to ask you some preliminary questions, Nicholas. There's a lot of time taken.
I think the goal is to wait till the end to ask questions. So I'm happy to give my presentation, and then I think the chair asked to hold questions till the end. Is that correct, Michelle?
Yes, it is.
You should be good now, Nicholas.
Dave, appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right. Can everyone see a PowerPoint screen?
Yep.
Awesome. I appreciate that. I usually mess this part up. Thank you for having me tonight. As Supervisor Horsley has stated, my name is Nicholas Calderon, and I am the current Parks Director for the San Mateo County Parks Department. In February, the Parks Department presented to the Board of Supervisors its new wildfire fuel management program. And during that presentation, the department asked the board to essentially accept the program, which really entails them approving the project list and our method for developing that. But what it did not do was identify long-term funding sources for this. It was not a financial commitment. What we discussed at the time and what the memo had addressed was that we would address this on a year-by-year basis. As Rich Sampson has clearly stated, this is an extremely expensive endeavor, and we have to be strategic as how we secure those funds and proceed. And as Supervisor Horsley spoke to, he has been working very hard to set aside funds for the fuel reduction efforts, and there are efforts and conversations underway to advance that. So what we are working to do is, again, on a year-by-year basis, identifying how we can work with the county manager's office and the Board of Supervisors to secure funding. And through our partnership with the RCD, and you will hear from Kellex shortly, we are pursuing, we're actually about to initiate a project in Huddard and Wonderlick Park, and will continue to partner to pursue future grant opportunities for fuel reduction. But tonight we'll be talking about the program as a whole. First, I'd like to kind of talk about how we got to where we are really as a state. And I think it's important to keep in mind two things: that over the last century, two particular things have happened. First, the state of California got really good at suppressing fires before they got too big. And second, land managers had not been actively managing the land in a way that replicated the loss of that fire. And in fact, going in and actively managing land and removing trees was not only frowned upon, but often fought by the public. And so it's now hasn't been until recent years where we understand that we need to actively manage these lands and through mechanical methods replicate the impact that fire has had on our land. And what you see before you are a photo from 1936 and 2012, and they're the same spot. But what you can see on the top photo is how it's really a mosaic landscape, and the trees are in a patchy setting, whereas below, our forests have become overly dense. The trees are touching and on top of each other, and they're creating a situation where fires are more easily going from the ground to canopies and spreading. And so that's one of the ways we've gotten to where we are today. And here's just another great example of that. Well, this is an issue that's happening throughout the state. And so what this means for the San Mateo County Parks Department is that we have 23 parks. We now just took on our 24th, which is management of the Cal Parisima Trail, but we have 23 parks throughout the county. And our parks go as far north as the San Francisco County line, as far south as almost the Santa Cruz County line. And we have properties everywhere in between. And our commitment and our obligation to all of these communities and to conduct projects that keep everyone safe is the same. And so we have to always keep that in mind, especially when you look at this map, which shows that of our 23 parks, we have 6 that are either completely or partially within areas designated as very high fire hazard severity zones. 6 of our parks. And as we go through and identify how we need to allocate resources, and as we go through and understand what we need to prioritize, these are some of the factors that we need to consider. And so after the CZU fire, and after understanding that we need to develop a long-term approach to prioritizing projects, evaluating projects, the department developed this wildfire fuel management program. And by the way, I'll just quickly say that the 6 parks that are within these zones, in addition to Quarry, is San Pedro Valley, Edgewood, Huddard, Wonderlick, and Memorial. And so that means that our parks that are identified as very high fire hazard severity zones impact a very diverse group of communities and also encompass a very diverse landscape. So when we developed our program, first we needed to develop a budgeting tool. We needed to have a way of looking long-term and allocating both staff and financial resources. We needed to make sure that we were thinking far enough down the road that allowed us to continue to treat maximum acreage of land on an annual basis while conducting planning and permitting activities and conducting maintenance activities as well. We also needed to make sure that through a long-term strategy, we were able to secure the necessary financial resources to complete these projects. Secondly, we needed a way to identify, evaluate, and prioritize projects based on data and best practices. What this means is every project needed to be evaluated the same, and every project needed to be viewed the same way. And we did not want to be in a position where we were only evaluating which community had the most expensive homes. We also didn't want to evaluate which communities were the most savvy in advocating for what they wanted. We have parks that impact communities that are not as savvy as, say, the Midcoast community at advocating for what they want, but they still have the right to have projects done that keep them and their residents safe. Third, we needed to monitor projects to make sure that we were maintaining them appropriately and adapting our maintenance strategy over time. And then last, we needed to make sure that we were balancing fuel reduction and restoration and preservation by making our land more resilient and restoring our land to a more natural condition that in turn, in many cases, can allow us to mitigate some of the risk that comes with this. So what we did was we identified 14 ranking criteria, and they're here before you. And it goes everywhere from proximity to private residences, to the wildland urban interface, the types of fuel, how we would treat it, how long the project would stay in a treated condition before needing to maintain it. So we put every project through a 14 metric or criteria weighted process. And at the end, the projects were ranked in order of essentially which projects received the most points all the way down to the least points. A couple of the most important metrics: presence of proximity to the presence of private residences. With proximity to private residences comes proximity to people. Really important. Rich Sampson talked about it earlier, that life is most important for them, and we'd agree, and we want to make sure that we're prioritizing life and making sure that we are working to keep people who live in proximity to county parks safe. We also wanted to look at the wildland urban interface, which is defined as the line, area, or zone where structures and other human development meet or intermingle with undeveloped wildland or vegetative fuels. So areas where we have people and homes that abut these wildland areas are areas that require special attention when it comes to these types of projects and making sure that we're maintaining the areas nearby. We also wanted to look at the fuel type. I think Rich Sampson earlier did an amazing job talking about some of the different fuels, but addressing the fact that, eucalyptus gets the worst rap, but eucalyptus is not the only threat in the area. It's not the only threat in the San Mateo County Park system. Eucalyptus is one. We have many other types. We have gorse. We have oaks that have been impacted by sudden oak death. We have Doug fir. We have many different vegetative species or fuel types that require attention. And we have to take that into consideration when prioritizing. We also have to look at what it's going to take to treat it. Are we able to do it with heavy equipment, or do we have to use chainsaws and manual treatment methods, which ends up taking more time and costing more money and is significantly harder to implement? And so how do we maximize the resources we have to implement projects? We also needed to make sure we were protecting evacuation routes, ingress and egress. That area on the left is a community evacuation route adjacent to Junipero-Serra County Park in San Bruno. And it is completely overgrown and a hazard. And we acknowledge that there are roads that run throughout county parks that also require treatment. But making sure that community evacuation routes are acceptable or accessible, and that county vegetation is not abutting or hanging over to create a threat is something that we take serious. And so those trees on the right-hand side of the photo, those are on county park lands, and that's our obligation to maintain. And then we also had professional judgment. So when we put a program like this together, we work with CAL FIRE. We talk with CAL FIRE. When we are looking at prioritizing projects, we always want to make sure that we're talking to the subject matter expert. And so there's a whole criteria that is just based on professional judgment. And that's something that we thought was really important. And so when you add that all together, you get 30 projects that we've identified as year one priorities. I'm sorry, the first 5-year priority. And so this is what the Board of Supervisors essentially accepted. We do not have $18.7 million in our budget to complete all of this over the next 5 years. We need to go out and secure much of that money, but these are identified as the top tier projects in our system. Also, to be clear, this is not an exhaustive list of what needs to be done in the San Mateo County Parks Department or the parks system. We talked about land management over the last century and how that's impacted us. We have a lot of work we need to do throughout the system. And so as we embark on this, what we need to remember first and foremost is that we're out to protect life. And that's what we have accomplished with this program. When you look at this map, what you see are the projects throughout the county that are on that 32 project list. The most important takeaway from this slide is that our projects are truly spread throughout the county. And we have an equal obligation to people who live adjacent to our parks, whether it's in El Granada or Loma Mar or Pacifica or Daly City or San Bruno. We have an equal obligation to everyone, and we take that obligation very seriously. The other thing is, when we looked to design these projects, we looked at what subject matter experts were saying. And so according to CAL FIRE, the purpose of any fuels reduction project is to change the size and composition of the fuels in the forest, creating a break in the fuel continuity. Doing so removes ladder fuels, which can carry fire from the forest floor to the tree crowns, where it can become a devastating fire that quickly spreads. The goal of fuels reduction projects is to create conditions that mimic the role of low intensity fire or other disturbances that once naturally thin the forest. And so you see here projects that are similar to what we have set out to accomplish, where you have thinned understory vegetation, where you have removed ladder fuels, where you have broken the vertical and horizontal continuity of fuel loads. Our projects have been designed to disturb fire behavior so residents can evacuate and first responders can access strategic segments of our parks to conduct containment and suppression activities. Our goal is first and foremost to protect the lives of the residents adjacent to our parks. The next couple of slides, this slide in particular is of Quarry, and it's the number 2 project on our project 32 project list, and it's maintenance of the project that CAL FIRE did in 2019. And this project aims and is designed to maintain access to strategic parts of the park so CAL FIRE can access, or first responders can access and conduct necessary containment activities. And it also thins out understory vegetation and aims to do what Rich talked about earlier, which is if there's a ground fire, work to keep that ground fire on the ground so it can be more easily contained and put out. Some of the other projects that we have on the list here, which I'll just briefly go through, is maintenance of the Kings Mountain Road fuel reduction project, which this project, the maintenance of the Quarry Park fuel reduction project that CAL FIRE did in 2019, ranked 16 out of 35 projects in the state. This project ranked number 2. And our obligation to maintain this area is the same as it is at Quarry. We are working with, we are partnering with the RCD to complete the following 2 projects, which aim to, again, install shaded fuel breaks designed to improve access for first responders, thin understory vegetation, and allow a ground fire to stay on the ground and not become a canopy fire. And those are both at Hutter and Wonderlick Park. We're also working to remove gorse from along Saddle Loop Trail at San Bruno Mountain. San Bruno Mountain is probably the park in the system that ends up having the most fires on an annual basis. Since I've joined the department, we've had between 1 or 2 a year. And removing a highly flammable vegetation like gorse goes a long way to improving public safety for the residents up there. We are also pursuing projects at Junipero Serra park that aim to create a shaded fuel break along the park perimeter with residents of San Bruno to help keep them safe, as well as that area on the bottom part could be used as a secondary evacuation route. Edgewood Park, we're working to install a shaded fuel break here as well. And we need to, in keeping with what we're doing at Quarry, we need to continue to maintain our fire roads elsewhere in the system. So again, a project that is a shaded fuel break designed to maintain first responder access so that CAL FIRE or other responding agencies can access the interior of parks to conduct critical suppression and containment activities. This is another project designed to do the exact same thing. And again, defensible space with properties in Pacifica. So, and more shaded fuel breaks. So again, what our projects are designed to do is to disturb fire behavior so residents can evacuate and fire responders can access strategic segments of our parks to conduct containment and suppression activities. And our goal is first and foremost to protect the lives of residents who live adjacent to our parks. With that, I believe I will turn it over to Kellix, who will, I think, close up the presentations for the night.
Yes, thank you, Nicholas. Next, let's go to Kellix. And Dave, can you please make Kellix a co-host so she can share her presentation?
Oh, you know what? I don't have anything.
Oh, you don't have one. Oh, you're just going to speak to it. Okay, sorry.
Thanks.
Okay, let's turn it over. Please go ahead, Kellix. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to focus. Most of the questions that I saw before this meeting were that were directed towards the RCD were mostly about funding and how that happened. So I thought I'd kind of just walk through and describe that a little bit. And I also thought I would talk through how my sort of personal recommendations for how folks in this area can be good advocates to get some of these resources, local, state, and federal resources. So the RCD is a relative newcomer to this space. In Keith Mangold, who's on the line here, called me in November of 2018, I think it was, saying that next door was all abuzz because people were losing their insurance, and could the RCD help? And I called Supervisor Horsley, and by May, we had a contract with the county, and the county was starting to invest some funds in trying to build capacity to address the risk of fire. And so the RCD coordinates the Fire Safe Council in support of the Fire Safe Council, which I just want to make sure that folks know about the San Mateo County Fire Safe Council. It's a very good place for you to participate and say what your priorities are and how those priorities integrated into other efforts. And Sheena, if you would be so kind to put in the chat box the website for the Fire Safe Council so that people know that they can go there. It's a good clearinghouse for you to get information about grants and funding and prioritization efforts and state policy and local efforts, et cetera. And let's see, so, and you all know about the chipping program, so I'm not going to talk about that. And that's not really the kinds of thing that you're interested in tonight. I do want to make sure that people know that some of the things that the RCD has been working on that might be less visible to you is developing some streamlined or programmatic permitting to make it easier to get large scale projects done in the coastal zone. So we've been developing some new tools with the Coastal Commission that we're going to be piloting this summer in the South Coast. And also working to include El Granada in the eucalyptus removal and various prioritization efforts that are moving forward. And it's important to participate in these prioritization efforts because they tee up the funding. So when funding becomes available because the governor has some new executive order or initiative, or Californians vote for some climate bond, and then funds become available and it's administered through CAL FIRE or the Department of Conservation or others, it's really good to have your projects, your priorities identified and teed up in these lists so that when these pots of money become available, very often they go through these lists and they're going to be likely bigger sources of money, I think, in general than the county will be. So with that, I'll ask, when I'm done speaking, I'll ask Sheena to speak a little bit about the coastal regional prioritization group that Rich Sampson also alluded to. And Sheena, incidentally, is the person on staff who manages our forest health and fire resilience program. And Sheena also lived in El Granada and was really scared when her baby was a newborn, and understands that concern. And so there's a number of conversations that we participate into in which we consistently always identify eucalyptus removal in El Granada as a priority. Those include the Fire Safe Council, conversations with supervisors, the county parks prioritization, for funding opportunities. And those funding opportunities are from the county, from CAL FIRE, from the Coastal Conservancy. These new governor's funds have just been announced, FEMA, et cetera. And oh good, the Fire Safe Council link is in there. I'm a little bit all over the map, and I'm sorry for that, but that's because there were a lot of different kinds of questions that have come up, and I want to touch on some of them briefly. So apologies if I seem scattered. There are a number of questions or emails, et cetera, about FEMA funding. And so just to clarify, we did work with the county to apply for FEMA funding and weren't eligible because a project that would have revegetated would not have reduced the fuel risk substantially enough. And just to be clear, FEMA is not a silver bullet either, just so folks know. FEMA is a great, it's a potentially great tool to have in the toolkit. But I'm sorry, I'm distracted by all the negativity in the chat box. So if folks could just like try to be present for this conversation, that would be great. And then we all beat up on each other. But if I could just get through this, that would be awesome. So just I want folks to know that FEMA is a resource, but I wouldn't consider it necessarily the resource. It can be there are very specific fund pools that are super limited into very specific things, and often the cost of what's required to participate can reduce the benefit of it. We're dealing with FEMA funds right now, and we know a number of people who've given FEMA money back because it's so difficult to do projects. So I would say FEMA can sometimes be a fit, but not always. So just wanted to manage expectations about that. You want to be strategic about it. Another thing that's been really valuable is the vegetation mapping that we've done recently that has provided some of the foundation to identify some of these things as priorities to be able to get funding. So I wanted to address some of the confusion that I saw in the chat box about why there was all this talk about full removal of eucalyptus. And one of the things that I'm finding heartening about today is I don't hear everybody saying that, just for folks who, I think people are coming from really different perspectives tonight. And so for people who don't know, there are a number of us who've been receiving a lot of emails and communications that are demanding full removal of eucalyptus and saying that's the only project that they want. So what I'm hearing tonight and seeing in the chat box, we'll see what happens in the conversation afterwards, is actually a lot more flexibility about what a project could look like. And I think that's super good news to hear, because what's more likely to happen is taking a multi-pronged approach with multiple different funding sources, including you all, you and the county and the state and the feds, people doing things on private properties and public properties, all coming together is what's going to be likely to get, I think, solutions at scale to the really scary threats that we're facing. So I wanted to underscore that the project description, the scope of work, what the goal is and what needs to be done is actually not entirely clear. So, the county parks had 14 criteria that they ran through for all of their properties. And then they were using certain criteria. What we've heard from a number of folks in the community is that the thing that's really important to them is about their insurance. And then other times what we've heard is about property values, and other times what we've heard is about lives. So I want folks to understand that those are actually very different projects. And so there are a number of different, like CAL FIRE has a specific mandate and certain requirements, and the county has certain mandates and requirements. The RCD, we're a little bit more flexible in that our our mandate is to address community priorities. And so we can maybe help fill some of those gaps where there's community needs and priorities that aren't a mandate of somebody else. The other thing that the RCD can do is we can work across public and private lands. And so just a reminder that Rich Sampson talked about the fact that about a quarter of the eucalyptus is actually on private properties in El Granada. And so it's going to be really valuable to have solutions that having multiple tools and multiple solutions moving forward. I think a lot of parallel process. Let's go for all of it. Personally, that's what I think. 100% eradication of eucalyptus. I'll just touch on this briefly. It seems to me that the conversation already changed just in the chat box from what we've been hearing and some of the emails and phone calls we've been getting. But just so folks know that 100% eradication of eucalyptus might be so cost ineffective that it would boot a really good project out from being competitive for grant funds. And so one of the things that I'm thinking is more likely is having having phased in approaches and doing high priority projects. But if you're talking about something that ultimately is going to be like over $100 million for fuel load reduction, and the governor's initiative that was just released today has like 143 million for the entire state. I know that we feel like we're really important, and we are really important, but not everybody in the state is feeling the same way. I'm in meetings where there are people in San Bruno who are making the exact same arguments as people in El Granada. People on Woodside are making the exact same demands. People are talking about their property values. People are talking about lives. People are talking about access and egress. And I'm not saying that El Granada isn't special. I'm saying that I want to help you be effective advocates. And everybody in the state of California right now is saying that they're special and that they need the money. And there's 143 million for fuel load reduction in this thing that's come out. So let's be tactical about how we do that and how we use certain types of funds to leverage other types of funds, et cetera. There are smart, cost-effective measures to significantly reduce risk that would, I believe, be very competitive for many of these funds. And it'll take a little bit of work to scope that out, and it would also take community support. Also, grants are much more competitive when they show a lot of leverage. So the more that private property owners are doing things on your own properties, that can count as match to these grants. Just so you know, that can help leverage public dollars, the work that you're doing on your private properties. Let's see. I also wanted to do a little bit of ground truthing about a couple of other things. So some of the questions that came up were about whether Half Moon Bay, the city of Half Moon Bay and the city of Pacifica, whether they needed a permit for removing eucalyptus trees on their properties. And so just wanted to answer that for the folks. So some folks have expressed concern about the county's tree ordinance. And I don't know if you know that the county has just today, right, issued exemptions from the tree ordinance when when 4 property owners, neighbors who worked together, got a coastal development permit. And CAL FIRE said that eucalyptus is a high risk. The county was able to issue an exemption from that tree ordinance. So I want to encourage people not to think that the tree ordinance is a huge barrier. I'm not seeing anybody who's applying for the tree ordinance and not getting it or having difficulty overcoming that barrier. But if you do are finding that that's a barrier for you or have questions about it or need help, feel free to call the RCD or contact Sheena or Erica. Maybe Sheena, would you put your or Erica's email addresses in the chat box? Again, I'm sorry, I'm scattershot. I'm trying to get through all these like different questions that don't like come together in some cohesive format. Let's see. Oh, also people have brought up the San Diego example. And so I wanted to speak to what we understand happened in San Diego. So in San Diego, there was this effort that happened over several years that did address 180 acres of eucalyptus. But just to be clear, it was an approach that's not dissimilar from what County Parks is talking about on something that's happening on a lot of different properties, or what the RCD is doing, where with this, the nearly $7 million that we've been able to bring in, where we're reducing fuel load on several hundred acres of land in the South Coast right now. With San Diego, that was 180 acres, but it was at many sites throughout the county over this 6-year period, and they were smaller projects. Like one was only 4 acres. So there are things that we can learn from that, but it's not entirely transferable. The good news is, and thank you for bringing that project to our attention. The good news is that the funding that came through the Farm Bill, the Natural Resources Conservation Service, they're actually the RCD's federal partner. They coexist with us in our office. So we were able to bring that to our NRCS representative and ask what from San Diego might be replicable. But we're actually already using that funding pool in San Mateo County. So we were already accessing that. And so I think that we're actually already using that model in San Mateo County that was going on in San Diego. Just hasn't been limited to eucalyptus, and it certainly hasn't been focused yet on Quarry Park. And also the NRCS funding that is for certain types of land designation, and I don't think Quarry Park is zoned that way. So that's a devil in the details. We could discuss more if you want to. I just wanted to let you know we did look into that example to see what about that is replicable. I also wanted to answer some questions people had about priorities and types of funding. So I just wanted to be clear that different fund pools have different priorities. Quarry Park will be more competitive for some of those, or El Granada, more competitive for some of those and less competitive for others. So there are some grants that are about healthy forests, and nobody's going to pay for a healthy eucalyptus forest. There are some that are about mitigating risk. There are some that are about recovery after fire. There are some that are for private lands and some that are for public lands. There are some that allow planning and some that don't allow planning. They have to be shovel ready and permitted already. And there are some that are really focused on disadvantaged communities, equity, and justice, in which case the value of your homes is actually the opposite of the case that you would want to make. So just I'll wrap up here so we can get to Q&A. I'm very interested in helping folks in this community be really effective advocates to getting resources that are currently available and that come online. I believe that those will need to be diverse resources, continued investments from the county, accessing state and federal grant programs, finding FEMA opportunities, and probably some source of local revenue, like from a local tax or something like that for a larger scale or maintenance of things. That's kind of it. Just I want to invite you to consider that this will take a village, and that the county is part of that, and that the fact that this group is so organized in advocating, I think is a really great, there's a lot of energy here and a lot of intelligence here. So I'm looking forward to helping to funnel that into getting additional resources. Thanks.
Great, thank you, Telex. I just wanted to go quickly back to Supervisor Horsley and ask him if he wanted to add anything before we go to the council for questions.
I think I would add one thing is that you could see one of the reasons that county funds, or we don't exactly fund Calix entirely, but we have put considerable resources to the RCD on purpose because of the fact that they are much more resilient and flexible and don't have some of the I guess the bindings that we have. They are really much more nimble. And so, for example, one of the things that they did is that we had a flooding problem in Pescadero that when I first got in office, I said, by the time I leave, we're going to actually solve that. And sure enough, we solved it a couple of years ago because of the work that Calix did. The county did fund some of the work, but essentially she is, I think, a remarkable leader, and the RCD is a remarkable resource for the entire coast. So I think one of the things that she indicated is, can't we just all work together instead of being at each other's throats? Nicholas gave a presentation basically on, his priorities, and there are priorities that the Board of Supervisors voted on. So, I'll do my best to get additional resources. I'll continue working with the Fire Safe Council and with the RCD. And every time there's an option for grants, I'm certainly going to look for it. And at the same time, the other thing, it's not just for fire. We're also concerned about, we have sea level rise. We have our crumbling infrastructure on the coast side, crumbling infrastructure on the bay side. So we've got a couple of, we're like the perfect storm for all the bad things that could possibly happen. So we do need to have local taxes as well as help from the federal and state government. So with that, there's one other thing. Somebody mentioned that we bought some hotels, and if we can afford to buy hotels, why can't we do X, Y, and Z? The hotels were actually bought on a state program called Home Key, and it was really essentially state money and money from the federal government to deal with the pandemic. So we can't very well turn around and take the money from the pandemic instead of housing the unhoused and turn around and use it for another purpose. It's just not legal. So that's why we were able to buy hotels with basically the governor's Home Key project.
I wonder if folks want, and I want to add, if I may, Michelle, that to Supervisor Horsley's point, he was an early investor, a really early advocate. I called him that November, and he, as a result of Keith Mangold calling me, and Supervisor Horsley was on it and found ways to get resources to us. And the county's investment, that $625,000 that they've invested, has turned into what's probably soon going to be about $7 million that's come into the county. And so it's got really good multiplier effects. I did promise that that I'd ask Sheena to speak to the Coastal Regional Prioritization Group, which I think is important for this group to know, because it's really valuable in getting projects prioritized for state funding. Sheena, are you still here, or did we lose you? Did you have to put the baby down?
I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here. I can be very brief about that, but
yeah, let's go ahead. Thank you, Sheena. Thanks,
thank
Kelly.
you. So the CRPG, the Coastal Regional Prioritization Group, this is a regional part of the state, at the state level, the Forest Management Task Force. So the state at the Forest Management Task Force asked each region to develop a prioritization plan. Pre-fire, we worked with our whole group, and the group consists of CAL FIRE, Open Space Trust, RCDs from our region. So that extends over into the other side of the bay, down to Santa Cruz and Monterey as well. So in different fire safe councils, and we all join together, and this is a group, it's a working group. We share presentations, we share resources, and one of our tasks was to create a prioritization plan. So we asked everybody, for all the projects that they're involved with, to please submit the ones that they consider as a prioritization, and then we encompass that into a larger prioritization list. Right now we're in the step of mapping that, which is actually very valuable, because there's so much that needs to be done and so much that is going on. So even just simply mapping and being able to talk to each other and share resources is one aspect of it. And then the second aspect is, from that list, we break it down to criteria. Is this a fire prevention grant? Is this a forest health grant? Is this eligible for that California Fire Safe Council grants? And then from that, when those funding sources become available, we can pick from that already determined prioritization list, and we can select the ones that are the most valuable. And we are considering it at the regional scale, so that way we can collaborate with, for example, our partners in Santa Cruz and build a stronger grant, which is what we did for the large $5.2 million grant that we brought in for forest health. And we can also make sure that we're not competing against each other internally, because sometimes we know that they'll only fund one particular project for an area. So that's one way to do it. And so the way to connect to that is to connect to our Fire Safe Council, and that way you can get a seat at the table to be involved in that plan.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, thanks to all of our presenters. And now we're at the point where we're going to go around to members of the council for clarifying questions. Just to reiterate, this is not time to state your opinions for council members on any of the conversation that happened tonight. It's a time to ask questions, and you can direct your questions to specific presenters or to Supervisor Horsley. We're gonna go around, and we can go around multiple times. Each member of the council will have up to 3 minutes to ask one or more questions each round, and then we will get to public comment. And thank you to all of our presenters for sticking around for all of these questions. I know we'll have a lot. So, members of the council, we will start with Dan since he has his hand raised, and then I'll go around on my list. Please, Dan, go ahead. Remember, this is time for questions.
Yes, a question for Nicholas. It appears that there is still no plan for Quarry Park from San Mateo County Parks. I want to know when there will be a plan that is published and made public. Second, just want to be clear, we all want results with the fire danger reduction. As far as herbicide use concern with the community, what have you done to investigate the use of renting goats to minimize, to really eradicate whatever they can do and avoid using herbicide where the goats can actually do a better job? Another question.
Sorry, Dan, are these all for Nicholas or because?
Yes, they're all for Nicholas, and it's not 3 minutes. I'm still asking questions. So
Dan, just to confirm, so you want to know about what's the plan for Quarry, why we're not.
Hold on a second. Well, I don't want to get cut off on my 3 minutes.
Dan, 3 minutes is the answer.
Are you going to cut me off, Michelle?
Dan, why don't we let you ask these two questions?
Okay, I have more questions.
You will have time for all of your questions. I guarantee it.
Thank you, Michelle.
Let's have Nicholas answer these first.
So I just wanted to confirm. So you're asking about a plan for Quarry. You're asking about goats, and there was a third one.
So the plan for Quarry is, when are we going to see it? What is your plan of action?
Okay, so I'm happy if I can go ahead and share this.
It would have been nice to have that ahead of time so we could digest it first.
Yeah, so if you look here, this is the project I discussed earlier, which is the maintenance of CAL FIRE's fuel reduction project from 2019, a project designed to thin understory vegetation, a project designed to mitigate the threat of wildfire to residents and allow CAL FIRE to conduct necessary suppression and containment.
What exactly did you do?
Dan, so if I can't answer the question, if you don't let me answer the question, I can't share the information. So the other two projects we have planned for Quarry Park in the next 5 years is going to be the removal of mature trees along fire roads throughout the park so that we can, in fact, mitigate the risk that larger trees can present to access and mobility along these routes. This is something that we learned was extremely important during the CZU fire. So this project shows how we would go throughout the fire road system in Quarry Park and remove mature trees to ensure that these access routes stay open and available for CAL FIRE to conduct necessary containment and suppression activities. You will also notice right here, the department is currently developing engineered plans to expand the Southridge Fire Road to bring it down to this community right here, which will allow CAL FIRE to get critical access to, this back segment of the park to conduct first responder activities. So making sure that we are preserving these routes is extremely important for the ability to respond to an incident, and it further allows these fire roads and shaded fuel breaks to effectively disturb fire behavior, slow the spread of fire, and it increases our chances of keeping a ground fire on the ground instead of becoming a canopy. The other project we have on the list over the next 5 years is a complete fuel break. So an absence of vegetation along the southern border, starting at the park's main entrance, going down Columbus, along Morrow, out to Murata East, and then along that community right there. So that would be a full 200-foot wide fuel break that would serve to significantly slow the spread of any fire, and again, keep fire on the ground. All of these projects are designed to mitigate the risk of fire to residents and to allow CAL FIRE or whoever the first responding agency is at the time to access various critical parts of the park to conduct containment and suppression activities. So these are the plans that we have for Quarry Park over the next 5 years. And in total, to complete all of this work, we are looking at approximately $1.2 million. So that is the 5-year strategy for Quarry Park. Again, the reason I focused on my presentation about what we have throughout the system is because we have an obligation to
We've heard that.
all communities. We have an obligation to all communities to preserve first responder access and to implement projects that disturb fire behavior so residents can evacuate. Again, life is our priority first and foremost. And these projects have been designed with that in mind and to accomplish that. So 3 projects at Quarry over the next 5 years, totaling about $1.2 million.
Okay, so when we're talking about the money, all right, I want to ask you specifically, there's specific equipment that is very efficient in removing fuel. Specifically, they're called feller buncher equipment. It's basically a tree cutter that grabs the tree. It's hooked on a piece of an excavator equipment, which I believe the county already has. Some of them, the more advanced, are self-leveling if they're going up a steep terrain. I wanted to ask you specifically, what have you done to investigate cost savings and specifically to get more done with less dollars in regards to the feller buncher equipment? And by the way, there is specific equipment for eucalyptus that actually has a herbicide ability to cut and then immediately spray with herbicide. I'm not a big fan of herbicide, but I understand sometimes in the long range, it may be necessary to do the overall project to actually make a difference with the limited funds and fire reduction and getting the area safer.
Yeah. So
okay, Nicholas, please answer that question about that and the goats, and then we're going to move on to the next person.
Sounds good. I got to answer the question about the goats. We haven't explored that. You know, Dan, one of the things we've talked about today is how there's more work and more need for money than what there's capacity for doing. And when you cut a eucalyptus tree and you immediately spot apply herbicide, we're not talking about broadcast spraying, you're literally painting the fresh cut stump. That's an extremely effective tool at preventing regrowth. And you're not broadcast spraying it in the.
I know this. Yes.
You're giving. So Dan, I'm happy to answer the questions, but I need to have the floor to answer those questions. So if you spray it, if you cut it and you apply it right away, you're not having that same risk that I think you're alluding to when you start presenting the idea of goats. So we haven't looked at goats.
Okay, this is misunderstanding
something
my
that,
question. Misunderstanding of my question. We're wasting time. Number
And please,
one, you
you need
talked
to
about.
let him speak. Dan, we're going to mute you if you can't let him speak. It's Nicholas's turn to speak, and then we're going on to another council member.
So
Please.
Not answering my question.
The short of it is we haven't looked at goats. We haven't looked at goats, and we'll likely continue to use the method where we cut and immediately apply herbicide through a spot application process. It's extremely efficient. It's safe when done properly as we do it. And it will allow us to dedicate more resources to expanding things like shaded fuel breaks in Quarry Park. So we'll continue to utilize that method.
Are you going to use specialized equipment? The feller buncher equipment that is very effective and very very efficient.
So when we scope a project, we will use the equipment that is most appropriate to complete that assignment and that task. If in that case, it is a feller buncher, then that will be done. But again, when we go out and we bid out these projects, if it's a large project, we rely on the subject matter experts, the people bidding on these projects, to determine what the best means of completing that project is. And so if in a case it is a feller buncher, then they would. But
Wait, Nicholas, can I jump in? Can we? I'm sorry to be rude and interrupt you. I'm just I mean the goat conversation we could all have, and there's lots of neat things about goats. But I also wanted to ask Rich if Rich could speak to the feller buncher as well about like the specifics on this site.
So when we were doing the governor's project in 2019, we were using some of that specialized equipment. We're very aware of that specialized equipment. In fact, some of it was used on the Wonderlick project over in the Woodside. The one problem with some of that specialized equipment is it's really only good to about a 40% slope. Some of the masticators will go up to 60, but unless you go into what they call tethered yarding, which would be a problem on that hillside, you're not able to use a feller buncher on that super steep slope. So you can use it on some of it. You could use it along the roads. You could use it on some of the access roads. And it is something that is looked at when we would bid out a project like this. So when we did the governor's projects, we had 12 different bidders that came in from all across the state. Some of them just simple, they wanted to bring in hand crews, to people that were willing to bring in huge amounts of equipment, including the specialized equipment like that. So if this project is able to go forward and it's able to afford some of that expensive equipment to do those projects, then they will be used.
Great, thank you. Next, I'm going to go to Len. Len, you're still on mute.
Got it. Thank you. Just one clarification question, and maybe, I don't know which gentleman wants to answer. The avenues of El Granada all have a set of interlaced and very aging eucalyptus trees. Are those trees the property of Public Works for the county, the parks for the county? Who has responsibility for those trees?
Do we have Supervisor Horsley speak to that?
Thanks. The medians, what county council has always told me, and Department of Public Works always says that the property up to the center line of the median belongs to the property owners. And what the county has is they have an easement for both the medians as well as the roadway. But when I was talking about that 2 million I was asking the county for, I did want to take some of that money with DPW and take down some of the trees in the medians, because I think that would be not that, first of all, it's because it's a very visible thing. And I know you have the Granada Community Service District now that wants to create park-like settings. So it seems to me that, I asked DPW to give me an estimate of what it would cost to take down as many trees as you can in the medians and see where we can go from there. So yeah, I am interested I think that's a good project for us to pursue. So the question though, who owns it? I don't know, I don't know that I could really answer that. I can tell you that like I said, is that the owners are to the center line. We do have the easement. If one of the tree falls down, I think we've got liability.
Thank you, Don.
Great, thank you. Next, we'll go, do any other members of the council have clarifying questions? If so, please raise your hand.
Let's see, I do.
Okay, Jill.
Trying to figure out how to raise my hand. Thanks, Michelle. And thank you, Nicholas and Kellex, Rich, David, Supervisor Horsley. Thank you for coming and presenting. It's very interesting. I have a few questions. So I'll just go around. So for Supervisor Horsley, you mentioned there's 2 more fire stations in the planning stage. Can you tell us if these are new fire stations or if these are upgrades to the old stations?
The brand new one is up on Skylonda, Alice's Restaurant. It was an old station that was built in 1935, and so we rebuilt that. And the next 2 are Station 17, which is in the San Mateo Highlands. It really is, it houses state engines as well as county fire, and it's probably the main engine for the watershed. And then the other station would be Pescadero, and that station is going to be entirely moved from one location to another.
Okay, thank you. And then Kellex, there's been some private landowners that are interested in removing eucalyptus from their property. Can you tell them or tell us what are the steps that they should be taking? And do you work with them to reduce costs, or how do you work with private landowners?
Yeah, we work with private landowners in really diverse ways. It kind of depends on what their need is. This group of 4 neighbors that just received a coastal development permit from the county today, I don't know that we were a whole lot of cost savings for them. We helped do the coastal development permit required a biological resources assessment. So we basically served as like a biologist to them. I don't know that that's something that we'll, do indefinitely. But the county exempted those folks from the tree permit because CAL FIRE said it was, those ukes were a risk to life and property, and that qualified for an exemption from the tree ordinance. But there's still a need for a coastal development permit, and there may be other permits as well, like if there's a riparian core, like a creek or a waterway through the property, it depends. I'd say that, and we don't have infinite bandwidth right now because we're doing so much on these other projects, but we're interested in hearing what the community's needs are. The first thing I would recommend that you do is just go to county planning website and contact county planning. But if that feels burdensome or onerous or confusing or what have you, and there's a way that we can help, we'd be happy to. Don, were you going to say something about that?
Yeah, I was going to say that because of COVID, a lot of the planners are working remotely, and they're getting barraged with emails. So if you're having trouble, if someone is having trouble getting through, you contact my office. I have ways of getting to them that maybe a constituent can't get to them.
Can I address something that just came up in the chat, or will we be able to do that, Michelle? Or
we will have time for that, but I want to stick to the council members' questions right now.
I have
and we can get to that. Jill, go ahead.
I just have one more, and this is for Nicholas. So Nicholas, did you have a boy or a girl?
There's no baby yet.
Okay. So that's not my real question. Nicholas, can you tell me, are you the one who develops the plan for fuel management, or do you work with the RCD, or does the fire district do it with you, or how does that work?
Yeah, so it's initially prepared internally. So we worked as a department with our field staff, our natural resource management team, And so our operations and our natural resource management team identified areas of high risk, either from observations in the field, conversations they've had with entities like CAL FIRE and Woodside Fire Protection District. And using that information, identified kind of high risk areas. And then when we take a look at other factors like the fire, like CAL FIRE's fire hazard severity zone map, we are able to identify where in our parks some of the other risks are. Using that information, we're able to identify projects, and then based on what we've identified, we put them through the 14 metric grading criteria to prioritize those. But again, because we, frankly, historically, we've had about $500,000 a year to do fuel reduction. So that's the department's entire fuel reduction budget on an annual basis is about $500,000. So we have to look at how do we protect the most amount of people with the available resources that we have. And that's why I spent so much time talking about shaded fuel breaks and preserving access and disturbing fire behavior, because that's the way we can best do it over the next 5 years as we're trying to catch up on, frankly, a century of of bad management and really good fire suppression.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Greg Diegas.
So this is kind of overwhelming, but I'll try and focus a few questions now. I suggest that we're going to need time to digest what seems to be about 1,000 chats and come up with a more comprehensive list of questions later. One thing I'm confused about, because as we discussed, San Diego did put in a lot of time and money removing eucalyptus. Well, what I believe I heard from, is it Chief Sampson, was that removing the eucalyptus is not going to reduce the fire rating. But yet people are going to a lot of trouble to remove these eucalyptus, so they must think there's some benefit. Is there some improvement in reducing the risk of catastrophic fires by removing eucalyptus? Yes or no?
Let me make it clear. Apparently I wasn't clear in my discussion, and I apologize for that. I would prefer to go back to native vegetation, which is the chaparral. Yes, it is. It's a less intensive fire, but on a scale of say 1 to 10, eucalyptus is probably about 12, and chaparral is probably 9, 10. Grass or is in the redwood forest, if you're on a normal ground fire, you're probably down around 2. So yes, it would be a big improvement. It would make things a lot safer, but where we're hung up on is the fire hazard severity rating system. And that system would not change the value between coastal chaparral and eucalyptus because it looked at them the same.
Why do we have to be hung up on that rating? Why can't we just say there's a benefit, we want to do it?
I would like to see it happen, but I think a lot of the questions and a lot of the responses I saw or the letters we saw over the last 2 weeks, we're dealing with fire hazard severity zone and talking about insurance. And a lot of the insurance companies are looking at fire hazard severity zone in rating where they're going to have the high insurance rates or dropping the insurance. That's been the reality for the last 12 years.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. So there is some benefit, some improvement.
Yes.
Now, it was stated that we should go to the Fire Safe Council to get grant information, and there's an organizational issue here. Why? Are residents supposed to lead grant efforts, or are we suggesting that the MCC should have a permanent member on the Fire Safe Council? I'm a little unclear who's going to lead what Kellex has discussed, and I agree with, is a multi-pronged approach on behalf of the Midcoast. Who's going to be responsible for creating a plan to prepare a plan?
So I can answer some of that. When I was talking about finding out about grants and that sort of thing, I was saying that in a list of the kinds of things, the kinds of information that you might get if you went to a fire safe council. I wasn't saying in order to get a grant, you must go to the fire safe council. I was just saying, hey, seems like there's a lot of questions about how priorities are made and wanting to advocate for your projects. And here's a forum for you to do that where people are having those conversations. I also think it's valuable because then you're not in an echo chamber. You're actually with other people who are having the same conversations in different communities. And so I just think that that's a venue for you that you might find valuable. And some of you might want to go to that. It's a great opportunity. There is no, to answer the other part of your question, Greg, there is no, I think, single entity that has sole responsibility for making sure there's one grand plan and that it has funding. But there are different people here tonight who are really invested in seeking funding and making that happen. The RCD is one of them. We are actively seeking funding. And I've been on the phone with Nicholas earlier today about how we want to go after some of these funds for Quarry Park, seeing what is coming out of like the governor's funding and that sort of thing. So, and the reason that I personally don't want to have one plan is that I see different funding opportunities that are related to different priorities. And so I would rather be nimble and be able to take advantage of different priorities. In terms of, but there should be a plan in so much as you should have projects identified and get them included in prioritization efforts. And that is already happening. So the fuel load reduction, specifically addressing eucalyptus from Quarry Park, has been and is being identified as a priority in things like Coastal Regional Prioritization Group, Fire Safe Council conversations, et cetera. I know that we're pursuing it aggressively.
So that leaves the question, is the county going to support an effort to obtain FEMA or other funding for eucalyptus removal and revegetation? And I'm thinking not only of Quarry Park, but also there's trees on Highway 1 and Caltrans property, Frenchman Creek, north of the Lantos Tunnel on Highway 92, which threaten evacuation routes. So there's a lot of other projects. Is the county going to lead or support an effort to deal with this? Don, this is the question I sent to the supervisors back in October 13th of last year when you and Canepa hosted that session. Who's going to be in charge?
Wait, but Greg, I think that's not fair. I'm gonna jump in, Don, and interrupt you. I think that's not fair. And I'll tell you why. I think that's not fair because you know that the county did apply for FEMA funds and were declined that. And we partnered with the county on this and are in regular conversations. And it doesn't always have to be the county. There's many people that can do that. The county has done that and is still staying on top of those opportunities. And Don, I'm sorry, I totally interrupted you. I'll let you talk since you're the elected official, not me.
Okay. I will say that if Greg, if you wanted to join or be part of the Fire Safe Council, you should. And we do have somebody from Caltrans there. And we do work on, or at least I should say the council does work on projects. And I think one of the things I mentioned the last time I went to one of their meetings, they did have Caltrans there, and their biggest project really is Highway 35, because that corridor evacuates a whole lot of people. So Caltrans does know that they have eucalyptus in different locations on Highway 1. And, the thing is that if Fire Safe or RCD or County Parks has a project description, then we go forward with a grant application. I think the California Coastal Conservancy now has I think their grant program's only got about 12 million in it, and we'll certainly apply for that as well. So yes, the county does apply. We do it through either the Parks Department, DPW, Fire Safe Council, or RCD. RCD is more nimble than we are, and so that's one of the reasons that we use them pretty effectively. I think we might be, in fact, overwhelming them. So there are a lot of efforts. It's not as if, we just forget about all this. We know that there are eucalyptus. We know that there are places that are significant hazards. We know that Highway 1 going into Pacific is a significant hazard. So, but again, some of those are private property, some of those are Caltrans.
Supervisor Horsley, if I may, earlier
Hey.
here, as Kellick stated, San Mateo County Parks submitted an application for a project to try and do $1.2 million worth of fuel reduction and hazard remediation work at Quarry Park, including the fuel break that we're trying to install. And again, we're denied that application. However, as you stated, the Conservancy did release a call for projects today for $12 million, and we've already started compiling the information to be able to submit that. And Kellex and I were having conversations about that earlier as well. So we continue to actively pursue these opportunities so we can secure outside funding to complete these projects.
Great, thank you.
Greg,
Greg, we're going to go around to other members of the council and we'll get back to you. So next I'd like to go to Claire.
Thank you so much to everybody. I don't want to take a lot of time. I know there's a lot of people that want to talk. I do want to ask if you've considered, I have a couple of things that would be really quick, sort of, and really cheap. And I'm wondering if these lie in your purview. One would be behavioral things, making every rule you can possibly think of to decrease activity that would cause fires, barbecues, fireworks, beach fires, PG&E issues, if those things could be addressed for the summer at least. And the other is obviously, and it's really probably going to not happen, but there should be a moratorium on building permits in El Granada until this is straightened out. So I don't know if either of these are things that you might want to look at.
Is that addressed to Supervisor? Okay, yeah.
Whoever.
I don't ever like to do moratoriums on building permits because that generally is considered to be a taking, and the person, whoever we're taking it from, will end up suing us. I don't see a lot of development necessarily in El Granada, and I would rely upon real estate agents notifying their clients about the potential liability. I assume that I think that's a state law that you have to do disclosure. So I would hope that real estate agents would help us with that disclosure issue. And the other thing about fires, I think the sheriff's department does a pretty good job of, I think, patrolling that, because sometimes kids do go up into Quarry Park after hours. And we do certainly want to discourage that kind of activity. An interesting thing about when Claire, when you talked about fires in the medians, I think that's what you're referring to.
No.
We were, okay, well, we do discourage fires or barbecues there. I don't know why would we discourage a barbecue on the beach? I mean, I don't think they're permitted by this, because most of the beaches are state, but I don't know that would be something that would help prevent a fire.
I'm just sort of thinking in terms of massive amounts of awareness of the risk of fire on the coast in general.
I don't want to get into roadway signs or anything, because obviously that's nobody wants to have any kind of signage. So, but if you do end up with that Caltrans project, maybe that is one of the uses for that signage, to tell people no fires of any sort, especially around 4th of July. I wish Pacifica would stop selling safe and sane fireworks, because they cover up the illegal fireworks. Plus, they send bottle rockets all over the place. So, I can't stop Pacifica from selling fireworks, and I can't stop San Bruno from selling fireworks either. But we certainly could make a big effort in terms of, again, I don't know how you put, I guess, social networking, because we don't want to put roadway signs, of course, just to letting people know that all those kinds of activities are a high risk.
I think my point was, it's going to take a long time before some of these tangible things are going to be done. In the meantime, I think we should all be aware of modifying as much behavior as we can. That's all.
Okay, thanks.
That's a great point, Claire. Okay, only person we haven't heard from on the council is Dave. Dave, did you have any clarifying questions?
I don't think there are any clarifying questions left. No.
I hear
I was
you.
cut short. I was cut
I
short.
do.
I was cut short.
Yes,
had
I know,
one
Dan. I'm gonna
I
go
have one
back to you
question.
next. Please wait to be called on. Yes, it looks like Greg and Dan, I think both have additional questions. So if it's a clarifying question, we'll go back to you, Dan.
So, to Nicholas, in my opinion, your plan is insufficient with details and
That's not a
falls.
question, Dan. Please
It falls
stick to
extremely
questions.
short. I have a question. It falls short of significant fire danger. What are you, with that plan, my question is, based on your report to the Board of Supervisors, I think it was in late January or February, you told the Board of Supervisors that the only way to control, to do this redo that you're talking about, this maintenance redo, the only way to do it is with herbicide. So I want to specifically ask you, what are you proposing to spray with herbicide? And you know, it's clearly this herbicide angle that you're approaching is going to consume an enormous amount of the available funds. I did walk on to some of the trail, and I didn't see any eucalyptus sprouts. I saw a lot of Cape ivy, but I want to know specifically, what are you proposing to use this herbicide to control?
Yeah, Dan. So we use the herbicide to control regrowth of invasive species. Primarily at Quarry, we're using it for the eucalyptus. If you're not seeing any when you walk it, that means that our efforts to date are likely succeeding. And the way, again, we use it is we will cut the regrowth, the regrowth stump. We will spot apply it, and that's the process. We do not, and we use it on invasive species to control regrowth.
It's my understanding that after you have a root regrowth from eucalyptus, that if you cut a small sprout, you take a little tiny model plane paintbrush and put it on that sprout. It doesn't work. So this opens up the thing. Have you, are you aware of the science? You did say that you were going to look at a lot of science last September. You have not reported back to the community on your discoveries of the science. But I will tell you one thing about science is that roots generally sustain some energy. And once you cover that up and you deprive it of light, and you're going to have an enormous amount of availability of wood chips to do this. And if you want to use other material, that's good too. But wood chips is a good start to deprive the light of anything. And then if there is a resprout, you break it, and eventually the energy left in the roots is done. Will just die off. It will stop trying to resprout.
And let's let Nicholas answer your question.
I have an extremely capable natural resource management team that I rely on for many.
Can you bring them to us, please? I want to talk to them.
And so, again, my understanding is that we use spot application of herbicide to control the regrowth of these invasive species. It's extremely effective, and it does not eat up the entire budget. In fact, it's an extremely cost-effective way of controlling the regrowth. And so we continue to use that, again, so we can make sure that we're allocating sufficient financial resources to other projects. With that said, it doesn't seem like you're going to take my answer for it. So I will gladly turn it to Kellex or Rich Sampson to answer this question.
Well,
Rich,
certain species will be more effectively controlled with
Dan,
goats.
Let
Dan,
the question be
Rich,
answered.
Rich can answer, and then somebody from our staff can as well.
Okay, specifically on the herbicide that's been utilized over the last 2 years, it's been as a response to the project that we did in 2018, 2019. And it was to do spot application on the sprouts that were coming up from our mastication work. And I did a couple of drive-throughs of the park about 2 months ago. And by my estimate, that's about 97% effective on the areas that we treated are sprout free. There's still some to do. And what we found over the last number of years of doing these type of projects in other areas of the state is that it usually takes 3 or 4 applications to get the last of the sprouts out. And as to using wood chips to go ahead and shade out the root systems and all that, one thing we did find when the Post project, the eucalyptus project that posted, I believe it in 2012, when they owned the Quarry Park, they cleared 12 acres and they left all the chips on the ground. What we found, actually to not our amazement, but we were very happy to find out we had to do very little regeneration or revegetation because the native species that have been dormant for who knows how many years that stand's been there started coming up through the chips, the 14-inch deep chip layer, coffee berry, toyon, oaks, and other species started showing up, coming up through that mulch barrier. So what I have found in my experience is herbicide is in that application has been the most successful in our toolbox. Whether there's other methods to do it, we're always looking for another method.
Thank you.
Well,
Next, we'll go to
goats are-
Greg. It's Dan, your turn is over. It's time for Greg.
I'll ask 3 questions. 2 may require a follow-up and don't necessarily have to be answered tonight. But Chief Cosgrave, I was pleased. I thought I heard you say that you evacuated 80,000 people using Zone Haven in the CZU fire. My question is, given that we don't have electricity and cell service all the time here, especially when we had those fires, the cell service really went south. I don't know if they're somehow clouding the receptors, but does Zone Haven work without electricity and cell reception for residents?
Obviously, you would have to have technology and electricity to get it. So no, that would not work. That's why we tell people to know their zone in advance. There's a campaign out there for Know Your Zone. And as I said, the situational awareness. And if the final destination sequence comes up where it's doomsday, then you will be on your own to figure out your way out. That's why we try to get people prepared, give them the tools they need to respond with when they get that emergency. Whatever's available to them, they can use, but they need to have all the tools in their toolbox.
If I could jump in to fill up on that, as far as the CZU evacuation, the one thing about an evacuation process, it's very complicated and it's very resource intensive. We do as much as we can now with technology to get word out by the electronic means, which is great. But in the CZU fire, we had areas that are completely off the grid that had to be evacuated. And so what the follow-up is the traditional is we work with the sheriff's department. They are responsible for evacuations. We tell them where we need to have evacuations, and they put boots on the ground. They put people out there on motorcycles. They're out there in Jeeps. They're out there in squad cars where I wouldn't even take a four-wheel drive pickup. And they're going door to door to make sure people are out. So that's the other part of the evacuation that most people don't see is that the sheriff's department is out there knocking on doors. And so the people that don't get the first call, the call that we want them to use to get out of the way, it's followed up by somebody going through and helicopters going overhead with sirens. It's not perfect, but that's what we got.
All right. A good suggestion was made there about driving into the farm fields, which leads to the question, is somebody taking steps both in terms of zoning and physical preparation to make it possible for cars to drive on top of farmland and preventing overbuilding there so that the haven areas remain? And then the final question would be, I don't believe we have any cameras yet on Montero Mountain. And what steps are going to be taken? Are there plans to install more cameras on Montero Mountain?
I can take that one. We're working, the alert wildfire system is the current system that everybody's standardizing. There's over 600 cameras now in California. About 90% of them went up in the last 18 months. We have been trying to get a camera up on top of North Peak. There's been some issues with that. But frankly, from North Peak doesn't have the visibility that we really need for that part of the coast. What we really need is a camera actually out on the satellite dish at Pillar Point, looking in. Some of the best visibility, unless the fog's in, is looking up those cameras to actually looking up those canyons to see into where the fires are. We are working right now to have a camera put on the harbor master's office up on top, which has a good view into that uke stand. We're working on one in Half Moon Bay on the radio tower by the police station. They just put the one up in Pescadero. We're working on one for Chalks, and there's several more. There's probably about 15 cameras we're actively working on now.
I should just mention Montero Water and Sanitary District has cell towers and more planned, and I'm sure I could put you in touch with people there. Those could be inward facing cameras also with some elevation.
Yep.
Great, thank you. Is that the last question you had, Greg? Okay, sounds good. Next we're going to go to public comment. Actually, before public comment, Kellex had pinged me and said that she has answers to some of the questions that have already been asked in the chat. So I'm going to let Kellex speak real quick, and then we'll go to public comment.
A couple of them have been answered, which is great. There are a lot about the cameras. And I think Rich Sampson has clarified, but I want to say it really clearly to folks that CAL FIRE, that he didn't say that chaparral is an equal risk to eucalyptus. He was simply saying that removing eucalyptus wouldn't change the hazard designation. And the reason that he was focused on that is because that's so much of the communication that we've been hearing the last week or two. So we were just trying to be responsive to what we were hearing as a concern. But that didn't mean that any of us thought that that it's not a good idea to remove eucalyptus. So just wanted to make sure that that was super clear. I wanted to address, Melinda put in the chat box sort of concerns about removing eucalyptus. You know, the risk to wildlife, or the concerns about cutting down a forest to save a town, or and that great blue herons live in eucalyptus, that sort of thing. So I just wanted to address this because I think that can really be a cancer when people start to think that eucalyptus is ecologically beneficial. And I want to be really clear that while it is true that critters can use eucalyptus, it is also true that I have seen adorable river otters making a home in a dumped over shopping cart and a rubber tire in a creek. So just because there's structure there that can be used by an animal doesn't mean it's ideal habitat. And in general, the wildlife that you would see in a eucalyptus, you would see them in native vegetation as well. But meanwhile, eucalyptus isn't providing better habitat than native vegetation would, and eucalyptus is doing damage ecologically. Eucalyptus is destroying soil health, which has a lot of carbon sequestration potential, erosion control potential, flood attenuation potential that is being lost. Eucalyptus sucks up water when we're in a drought and can increase flooding when we're in high water. Eucalyptus it suppresses biological diversity in native habitats that you need. And eucalyptus, while it provides some habitat, it's kind of like, I compare it to saying that we need to have McDonald's so that kids can have food. What we want is good nutrition, not just a place to eat. And so eucalyptus is not what we would want ecologically. While it is true that there are some ecological values, it's not what we would want. Also, that means that we need to be thoughtful about removing eucalyptus, right? Because at any given point, the eucalyptus might be home to some critters. So we have to take very careful measures in how we remove eucalyptus so that while it's true that eucalyptus can accelerate erosion, we want to make sure that the way we remove eucalyptus doesn't accelerate erosion. And while it's not great habitat for wildlife, we want to make sure that when we remove eucalyptus, we're not harming wildlife. So we must be very thoughtful about that. So oh, I'm running for president. So just wanted to be clear about it, that it's nuanced, and you're right that it has some value, but not as high a value as it would be if we replaced it with things that were more ecologically, that had ecological process. So just wanted to address that.
Could I just briefly respond to that? I do appreciate
No, you can speak during public comment. We need to have Kellex finish, and then we'll go. You can have a chance.
And also, Melinda, feel free. I'll put my email in the chat, and you and I can have this. I'd love to have this conversation for as long as you. I'll give you my cell phone number. We could talk all night. And then
Melinda's question.
And then
yeah, we will during public comment.
The next one that I wanted to ask Rich Sampson if he could address is Rich. Somebody has brought up a few times now the map that the VHFR area on the coast is only where there are eucalyptus, and so sort of questioning. I don't know if you've seen that, but there have been a lot of references in the chat to the map that you brought up, and that the really high risk severity zones is only where there are eucalyptus. So it seems to be confusing for people what you said versus what they saw on the map. If you don't mind coming back to that. And that's it. Thank you.
Do
I'll
you want
figure out
Rich
this
to answer that?
thing yet.
Okay.
So the map I brought up, I think I could probably bring it up again, but it was showing that pink section on the whole, basically the whole coast range from about Frenchman's Creek Road all the way up to Pacifica. And that whole face is pink. Well, the pink is very high fire hazard severity zone in the state responsibility area, the SRA. The dark red, which I'm sure you were focusing on, is the symbol for very high fire hazard severity zone in the local responsibility area. So when you get rid of the local versus state and just have very high fire hazard severity zone versus high or medium or low, the pink and the red would be one polygon. And everything basically above about 50 feet above the flats in El Granada going towards Scarper Peak is in the very high.
Rich, would you like me to pull it up on my screen?
Why don't you do that? You'll probably have a much better job than this dinosaur would.
All right. Let me know if it's shown up.
It's there. So the red that you're seeing that's got the big straight lines, the big one in the center, that's actually local responsibility. That's actually incorporated, I believe it's incorporated Half Moon Bay, but it's the edge of the LRA boundary. And if you can see, it's not really pink on the screen I'm seeing now, but that light shade that's around it and above it, that is also very high fire hazard severity zone, but in the SRA. You have to get down to where you see that yellow down by El Granada itself, where it starts dropping down into the high, and then it gets down into the flats. But between that square section, the big red section, and then just to the right of it, there's that one peninsula of small red. That's going up El Granada Boulevard. That's actually an LRA section into the SRA. Everything in between that is Quarry Park. And that's all eucalyptus now. As soon as you get above it and to either side of it, you're in the coastal chaparral, which is the old native. And that's also very high. It's not till you see that yellow on the other side. It's when you start crossing over the ridge and start going down the Crystal Springs Reservoir and you're on a eastern aspect and you're into some dense Douglas fir that's basically a rainforest. And they type that out different.
Okay, thank you. All right, next we're going to go to public comment. I'm going to start with the person who raised their hand first, which was Carlisle and Young. And each person, I'm going to do 2 minutes because we are already at the time I said we were going to adjourn. I definitely want to give everyone a chance to speak, but I want to try to keep it under, as 2 minutes per person.
Well, does that include the responses? Because I have 4 different people I want to ask questions of. So I'll just start reading off the questions and they can write them down. The first one is for Chief Sampson. As far as the, I attended your presentation at the Parks Commission meeting beginning of April, and there was conversation about the inmates. And I was wondering if that's just for firefighting or if that's also going to be for fuel management removal. What happened? It says I was muted.
It might have been my fault because I was actually grabbing my square.
Okay, sorry. So did you hear my question about the
Yeah.
inmates?
So the inmates, the CDCR crews that we use, the fire crews that we use them on fires. And then when they're not fighting fire, they're working on conservation projects or fuel reduction projects like this.
Good. Okay, that answers that question. I know they hadn't decided whether they're going to use them yet or how much they're going to pay them, I guess. And I don't know if you're aware, but they just gave us some new tsunami hazard zones just like this month. They released a new map. And everybody's talking about not being able to evacuate the coast, which it really sounds like there's no plan. And I was wondering where the staging areas are and can you guys give us a map? So that was just a blanket question to everybody. Now, as far as CAL FIRE, they told a homeowner on San Carlos in El Granada, they're right between, where the school surplus property is that goes up between Coral Reef. There's a lot of eucalyptus in there and she's at the very end of San Carlos up the hill. And the firefighters told her if her house catches, or if that stand of eucalyptus catch on fire, they probably won't try to save her house because it's too risky for them. So I'm just wondering, that's very disappointing to a homeowner to hear that. That's when I got involved in trying to get the Board of Supervisors to change their tree ordinance, and that was back in 2012. So it still hasn't been modified yet. They had a big task force for 2 years from 2016 to 2018. I don't think they still have finalized their tree permit, at least not customized to the coast side. So I just wondered, if that is still true, if there's a property that's too close to a stand of eucalyptus, will they just not even try to put out the fire in that house?
Is that all your questions, Sid?
No, that was just for him.
That was 2 minutes. So
I have some for Kellex and I have some for Don.
We'll go back to you.
Okay,
let's have Rich answer these.
Let him finish the question, answer it though.
So the basic question is it sounds like you've been told that, or somebody was told that because it's too dangerous, they would probably not try to save your house.
Exactly.
Well, if we can get in there and save your house, we will do so. That's what these guys want to do. That's why they do what they do.
Good.
But there are situations where it is so dangerous. We do not want them to go down there. I mean, we lose a lot of firefighters fighting wildland fires. And so picture a driveway that's probably only cleared 10 feet wide. And then you have eucalyptus on both sides of it going up 120 feet. And it's super dense. You probably can't see 30 feet into that eucalyptus stand. And that driveway may be 100 yards long until you get to this one house that's into that driveway on a steep slope. And there's just room for a Prius to drive in and then back down that driveway. I have seen that situation more than once. In that situation, which you got to picture, all that eucalyptus on fire, would you send that fire crew up there to save that house?
I wouldn't even want to drive down Highway 1 if it was on fire going through after the tunnel through Pacifica. So no, I agree. Thanks.
So there are situations out there where it is just too hazardous, and we actually have to discipline some of our firefighters for putting their other firefighters at risk trying to do that.
Okay.
But that said, if we have the opportunity, if there is a way to save that house, we will go in there and do it.
Well, what they approved at the Planning Commission today was for 4 property owners to remove 31 eucalyptus trees. And you mentioned that a lot of the eucalyptus are on private property. So to me, it seems like the county should incentivize property owners to remove their eucalyptus since they're not giving enough grant money to remove it out of the parks, at least in Quarry. Anyway, go on next.
Thank you, Sid.
person. I'll come
Thank
back.
you very much
Thank you.
for your statements and questions. Next, we'll go to Harold.
Sorry. Yeah, Harold, thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I want to first appreciate really all the public officials here to take the time, present and respond to questions. Where do I leave from here? So one is the agenda topic was wildfire preparedness on Midcoast, on the Midcoast. So we are heavily discussing Quarry Park. But the fact is, and thank you for clarifying the map, is that we in Moss Beach and Montera, we have the same problem. So we are not as high up as El Granada Boulevard, but we have the canyons, tinder boxes, the back of Montera, they have the eucalyptus, so it's the same problem. And we have only Highway 1 as our evacuation route. So what I heard today is, I think there's no holistic plan. So it's pretty much, we have multiple agencies, and I'm not sure where does the accountability stop. And I'm looking at Mr. Horsley, is that your responsibility to make sure that all these different agencies work together, the interdependencies are understood, and they're all there when we need them? So that's the question. The second point I want to make here is, and I was actually excited to hear the number one priority is life. So concentrate on evacuation. So the zone havens, I think it's a fiction. And we saw during the last couple of fire seasons that they really don't work. On the coast side, we have 3 million annual visitors. So the question is, how will that all coordinated? And if there's a severe fire or firestorm, then everybody going to leave at the same time. And that's what we saw, for instance, in Paradise City. They had 5 roads in and out, 4 gridlocked in an hour. 4 gridlocked in an hour. So there was no coordination, and everybody tries to leave at the same time. So which brings me to the point, so why does Connect the Coast side, which I think is an important piece in the puzzle here, why do they not have a chapter about evacuation? Connect the Coast side is based on 2014 traffic data, so 7-year-old traffic data, which is completely outdated. Everybody who lives here knows traffic really increased over the last couple of years. The 2016 Connected Coast side showed delayed index that is under build out, completely red. So there's no plan for this. And we know we won't be able to evacuate. For the folks in El Granada specifically, what's concerning for me is everybody who drives behind an RV, especially the big ones, know how slow they are. But the county pushed a negative declaration to greenlight the new RV park at the Harbor Village. So there are 2 RV parks, which translate to approximately 100 large RVs. So these are the big ones, the 30 to 40 feet RV. So they're all going to plan to leave at the same time and pretty much gridlock everything. So we won't be able to evacuate. And just want to state that, there was a dad on Nextdoor. He tried to get his daughter, who had a bike accident, to the hospital on a Saturday afternoon. It took him 2 hours to get his daughter to a hospital, the next hospital, which was South San Francisco. So think about it. And I said, what I'm looking here is, I give you all credit, but who's the accountable owner of these different agencies who makes sure that all comes together? And I don't think I heard that tonight. I mean, everybody tries to do their best, but we don't have the money. We know evacuation is challenging, but who put the pieces together? There's the overall
Thank
puzzle.
you. Thank you, Harold.
Thank
you.
Okay, next do you want to speak to that, Supervisor?
Just a quick answer. Harold asked if I was responsible for coordinating all these agencies. Yeah, it is kind of, there are a lot of different agencies, and it's really, he's got a good point, is that in the event of an emergency, what happens, or how the system works, is that The local agency would be your local fire agency is really the incident commander in essence. And then it goes from the incident commander goes through once, if they don't have enough resource, it goes to the county's Office of Emergency Services. And then they make sure they coordinate between the fire department, police agencies, and any other government agencies that need to be involved. So it is coordinated at a county level through the Office of Emergency Services. When it comes to an emergency like a fire or just say an earthquake, same thing. That's the same kind of a system.
Okay, thank you.
If I could add on the
Uh,
evacuation portion where you address the
Sure.
zone haven. Yeah, obviously zone haven can't create additional highways and routes out. But one of the things it does for trigger for first responders, not only does it's not on the front end where you see, but on the back end, it tells us that we need to get an officer to Lindemar, the light at Lindemar, to keep traffic moving, to get officers or staff to 92 in the lakes and 92 in Kenyatta, just so that downstream traffic keeps moving. So there are things in there that the zone haven takes care of outside of the evacuation area to try to get the traffic moving. But obviously it can't create new roads.
And one thing about the zone haven, it is true. Somebody else, I'm not sure if it was Greg Giacas, said that if you don't have electricity, then you can't go onto the zone haven. That's true of the homeowner, but it's not true of first responders. So that, they do have access to it, and they do work in coordination, and it is pretty effective. But it's also true that for the individual homeowner, once your electricity is out or your internet connection is out, you probably we're not going to be able to access zone haven.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Next, let's go to Melinda. I know you had some questions and maybe a comment.
Yeah, mostly just kind of wanted a little response for Kellex so she knows where I'm coming from and where everybody knows where I'm coming from. I don't want people to misunderstand me and think that I don't want to get rid of the eucalyptus trees. I definitely do. And I also know, I want to let you know it's a learning process for me. I'm learning a lot here. I'm learning a lot even from Kellex just about the eucalyptus trees. I want to help out with some solutions, and that's why I'm here as a community member, and I want to be able to volunteer. I am interested in developing a community core so that, because I realize there's a lack of manpower and time in order to help with reducing fire load and all that. So I wanted to maybe even volunteer to help with reducing the fuel load, thinning out the trees, adding manure or compost. I'm also a soil advocate for Kiss the Ground, so I am extremely concerned about the health of the soil. And I didn't realize eucalyptus damaged the health of the soil and reduce the sequestering of CO2, which we need to do for global warming. So I'm wondering, I really want to just find a way to do this. So I'm concerned about cutting a huge section of trees down all at once, because then that brings in drier conditions and damages the soil as well. So, finding a way to do this that's not gonna create a lack of sustainability for the future and a problem with regeneration in the future of our area. And I'm curious what we're going for here. Are we going for eliminating the forest and having just the coastal prairie land that we had before? I sure, honestly, just got to be honest, going to miss the beauty of those trees on the medians. I like walking my dog down there every day. It's so gorgeous. Maybe putting different trees there is the solution. So my question is about what are we going for here? What's the end result? And how are we going to keep the climate from drying out when we cut a huge section of trees out? And I guess I direct that to Kellex.
That was my question too, is what I was saying before. I was like, there's very different scopes of work, different projects, depending on what your goals are, right? And I think tonight is really focused on protecting the community from fire. And so there are specific treatments to protect the community from fire. And there are different ways of protecting the community from fire that are different scopes and different approaches of work. The way that you do that, you said, is there a way to like remove the eucalyptus that's sustainable was the word that you used? I want to be clear that in my professional opinion, in no way is eucalyptus sustainable.
No, I didn't ask a way to remove it. Well, I mean, I want to know what the future looks like so that we can have a sustainable,
I
yeah.
think we can, there's a lot that we can, I want to make, I would love to talk more about this. And I think that as we get further along the line in scoping a project, we can talk about all the ways that we can do that, that are protective of natural resources and water supply and soil health and that sort of thing. While we can stay tonight focused on the fire piece, I just want to acknowledge what you're saying, that you care about other aspects of ecological health, and so does the RCD. So anything that we would be doing would be considering that. I also just want to do a quick clarification that eucalyptus do sequester a lot of carbon, and cutting eucalyptus down would be a carbon emission. It would probably emit more than building soil health would sequester, but wildfire is such a catastrophic release of carbon. You're sort of, there's a certainty of carbon emissions from cutting trees down, weighed against an uncertainty of if there were a fire. But if there were a fire, the emission is so catastrophic, it's kind of comparing apples and oranges.
Just
Okay,
like
thank
to
you.
quick-
Thank
I'd
you
just
for
like
that
to
point.
quickly interject to this conversation that I was the one that proposed the removal of eucalyptus back in August of last year. And my proposal was to do a phased reduction, a phased cutting with replanting of the appropriate vegetation. Now, I was
Okay,
leaning
Dan,
on
Dan, you're speaking out of turn.
deciding
Appreciate the input. We're going to go
leaning
on.
on,
Next, we're going to
RCD
go to JQ
decide on
Oswine.
what
Dan, please stop speaking out of turn. JQ Oswine is next.
Yeah, my question is again regarding evacuation. I was glad to see that it will be a first priority and that it'll be done by zones. But you can pretty much guarantee that if there's a wildfire here, that almost everyone on the coast side is going to hit the highway, including visitors, and try to get off the coast, which is going to create gridlock, which obviously could be very disastrous, especially if the fire reaches the highway. So it would be most helpful if we had high-deed evacuation zones on the mid-coast and highway signs directing people to them like we have for tsunamis. So my question is, are there plans for that? And if so, when could that be implemented?
I know of no plans for putting like refuge areas due to the dynamics. A tsunami, we know which way it's coming from. A fire, we don't know. The evacuations they did on the South Coast, they were phased and people were moving out. We did have traffic congestion, but not the gridlock type thing. If you're looking at just the Quarry Park that we've been focused on today, you know, obviously the people aren't going to come to the coast because of the smoke, but there will be traffic, and the only thing we can do is get it flowing. And once you get to Highway 1 and away from the Quarry Park area, as I said, if it's the dominant fire weather we get, those winds would probably blow the smoke to the south from the north. So that would be the consideration you would have on how you would evacuate.
Well, the airport was mentioned. Couldn't that be considered as a general evacuation zone for a wildfire? That seems like it could be pretty safe there, regardless of which way the fire is going.
Well, they'd have to have arrangements with the airport because they don't close off air traffic and they can't have cars out on the actual airport itself, but on all around it and the fields, there's a lot of reduction in fuels. So yeah, there's no set evacuation zones for fires at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's really not a bad question, though, if I might just add, you know, I'm sure that, you know, it is an airport that we could probably, well, even unfortunately, we don't have a tower over there, but we could do something to shut off air traffic. And I know we do shut it down, for example, on, you know, on occasions, like for big events like the Dream Machine. So we probably could, not a bad idea to, I mean, I don't think I want to put signs all over the place saying, you know, fire evacuation zone. But having something, we should work with CAL FIRE to see if that's feasible to identify some larger open space areas for potential evacuation zones.
Supervisor Horsley, that we've been discussing that, and there's a debate. If we go ahead and delineate specific, what we call them temporary refuge areas, and people focus it, if there's a fire, that's where I'm going. That's a problem for us because there is so many people on the coast side that the first choice we want them to have is to leave the area. Because if they're still on the coast side, still at the airport, they're still in the incident and they still have to be taken care of and everything else. So that's why we're stressing, leave early, keep going. Zone Haven is trying to go ahead and phase out how we get neighborhoods emptied. And we're going to do that as much as possible. But everybody's right. There's going to be gridlock. The roads are just not designed for it. And so there are other ways that may not include driving out. There was a comment about, hey, can we make all the ag fields so we can drive vehicles on them? A lot of people in the CZU fire, for the temporary refuge, they walked away from their house and got into a big clearing, and that's where they stayed for several hours, and they survived. And that's what this is survival. And when the fire passed, they walked back in, and they eventually were removed from the area. So that's the level of evacuation that we're talking about when it gets that bad. Before it gets that bad, you just need to leave the entire area. Otherwise, you're still part of the problem.
Okay, well, I'll retract what I said. But
Good discussion though.
yeah,
Yeah, okay, next, let's keep moving. I'm going to go to Ann Rothman. Ann, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. My question is actually, as homeowners, what is there information and how can we get information on what we can do to make our properties safer and hopefully even our neighborhoods? If each homeowner would try to make their house as fire safe as possible, how can we access that information? And two, will the county make it easier to make improvements on your home? Like if it's a widening of a driveway or anything you can do for a better evacuation, just removing proper trees, anything like that. Thank you.
Let me take the first question. If you go to www.calfire.org or Google CAL FIRE or Google Coastside Fire Protection District and go to our fire prevention pages, there's pages and pages of what you can do to make defensible space, about evacuations, ready, set, go. There's several programs. Go to the Fire Safe San Mateo website and you'll see some more. There's a lot of outreach going on right now that it's easier for you to get to. And I'm going to let somebody else talk about the fees.
What was the second part of the question again?
About making it cheaper for people to remove trees. I believe that was the question.
Actually, the second part of the question was also the county. Is it what could be made easier as far as whatever home improvements you need to make so that it's not a long process to get the necessary permits, such as like widening of a driveway, removing trees, if it's putting new materials on your house, like siding, whatever it is to make it faster and easier so you can make your house fire safe as soon as possible.
Thank you. Good question. Supervisor Horsley, do you have an answer to that?
You know, I think in terms of like trees, I think I would direct you to the RCD to help you with that. I don't know about, you know, I'm not sure, you know, about widening of driveways. I mean, I guess that's a permit process. You know, I'd have to think about that. You know what I'd do? What I'd ask you to do is I could put in a chat my email. Send me the message to my office. I will check with planning and see what we can do.
Perfect. Thank you.
Supervisor Horsley, I wonder if one of the things that we could do is find out, are there, you know, 4 or 5 things in common that people are ready to do and want to implement, and a barrier to them doing that is county regulatory process or perceived regulatory process. And if we can identify a couple of those things, I wonder if we can explore if there's some programmatic way to get like a master permit or pre-permit those things, or you know what I mean, for three or four standardized practices that would improve the situation where in fact regulations are a barrier.
Okay, yeah, I would certainly be willing to partner with you in planning to see what we can work out.
Great.
I see a lot of raised hands. Can we?
Yep, we are going to move on. Next, we're going to go to Karen Allenson. Karen, you have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you very much. I appreciate all the panelists' efforts to make our area safer. I'm a CERT volunteer, and I've done everything I possibly can to harden my home and limb up my trees. Though I would need access to funds to add hardy planks to my siding to further reduce the risk. I live at the top of El Granada Boulevard or just below. So you'll see I've been making lots of comments. But my primary concerns are with ensuring that we really do have viable evacuation routes. I am concerned about wind-driven ember fires. We get 50-mile-an-hour winds up here routinely. But you know, I know we can't do all of this in a day. I appreciate all the reasonable responses that Kellex and other people have been making about what we can do and what we should be planning to do. My hope is that this isn't an either or, that either we do nothing or everything. Let's really focus on the most urgent emergency need, which is to ensure that we can evacuate, that our evacuation routes are not lined with exploding trees and power lines, that we actually have established evacuation routes for specific neighborhood areas, and that, you know, the PG&E power lines are hardened. I was told today by a lineman outside my house that there's a dangerous transformer at risk of explosion and sparking. And then he said, "Oh, but you're not in a high fire risk area, are you?" And he said, "Well, we'll get to it when we can, not anytime soon." I mean, I just have to ask, in terms of agency coordination, is anyone sending these priorities to PG&E? Remember the gridlock on 92 and Highway 1 in the tunnel when Caltrans decided to trim tree trunks? You know, has any progress been made in ensuring that we don't have another instance like that when we have a fire or some emergency going on? So I appreciate all your efforts, and these have all been really intelligent conversations from all of you leaders in our community. I think we feel a real sense of urgency, and that's what I'm communicating today. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Karen. Did any of our panelists want to speak in response to that? Okay. Oh, Supervisor?
I almost lose you for a minute.
We can hear you.
Yeah, I mean, I would certainly, you know, PG&E is, you know, we have met with them. We have talked to them. We've talked to them about their power lines, and what they tell us is that they're willing to put the power lines underground or harden them if somebody's willing to pay for it. So we can continue those conversations, especially if there's a transformer. If again, you know, if you could send something to me in the specific location, we can get on PG&E and put some pressure on them to change that transformer out.
I appreciate that, Supervisor Horsley. I'll send something to you.
Great. Thank you. Okay, next, Dolores Silva. Go ahead, Dolores, you have 2 minutes.
Hello. Yes, actually, I kind of want to say that, I mean, this has been an interesting and informative session, but I want to follow up on what Supervisor Horsley said about evacuation zones like the airport. I mean, I understand why Cal Fire is saying, well, we really want you to evacuate, but we're sitting here, like I'm in Moss Beach, and I think about trying to get out of here. You can't even get out of here on a normal weekend. So if there's a fire and we're all trying to get out, I mean, of course we want to get out early if we can, but if we can't, or we don't know with enough time, we do need to know where to go or have some ideas at least. I hadn't even thought about the airport. I just thought I had to go jump in the ocean. You know, this is what people have been saying. So where do we go? I mean, we should have, I think what I would like to see is a short-term plan. I know we can't get rid of the ukes for a long period of time, and it's a long-term effort. But what are we going to do this summer? What are we going to do in September or October if we have a problem? And you know, also, like, who will be responsible for keeping the traffic moving or the tunnel open, or to let us know that we can't go north? That's my big concern. What if somehow the tunnel goes out, whether it's because of something happening in the tunnel or something happening in the eucalyptus trees north of it? We're just going to have south. And it's a very frightening kind of situation to consider that could be as happening this year. So I definitely would like to know where these places might be that we could tell people about, and that we could be prepared to at least try to get there. I mean, we may have to walk, who knows? But these things are important. We need a short-term plan. We need it to be communicated, and we need to feel confident that somehow we're going to get information if the electricity goes out. And I hope there's something that can be worked on that. And I was glad to hear Supervisor Horsley say, yes, you know, maybe we should be considering the airport. I would certainly like to think about that. Thank you very much for the opportunity to bring our concerns to you, and we look forward to hearing more. Thank you.
Let me
Great. Thank you,
answer-
Dolores.
Let me answer that, try to answer that simple. And because that's the key. The simpler the answer, the more likely you're going to be to follow it. When you get a notice that you're going to evacuate, part of that notification is where the fire is. And as soon as you find that out, you're probably going to come out to the front and you're going to see smoke. If you see smoke toward Pacifica, you want to go south. You're just going to go away from the fire. It's probably going to either north of you or south of you. If it's between you and Highway 1, that's where it's a problem. And that's where El Granada Boulevard, and we've had that discussion several times. I think I had a discussion up there twice with the same people. Your option is to know your neighborhood. And I mean by your neighborhood, pretty much all of El Granada. You know it better than a lot of us do. You need to know where those special spots are. And there might be places where you go uphill. You might go down the Highway 1 and go north just a little bit toward the fire and have a big old Brussels sprout field to stand into. So the key is know where the fire is, go away from it. And 2, spend the time between now and when fire season really hits to become very familiar with your coast side. You may have lived here for 20 years, but when you're driving around or walking around, use with the eye of where could I go and identify those. Because the fire is dynamic. It may start going south, and then it may the wind's going to shift and it's going to blow it to the east. So keep it simple. You need to do basically your own recon. And then if you can get out, that's great.
Great, thank you. Next, I'm going to go to Fran Pollard. Fran, go ahead. You have 2 minutes. Fran.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Okay, thank you. And thank you everyone for doing this, having the meeting and all the experts. However, I'd like to say, I'd like to suggest, and I hope that you will do this, is change the very title of this from preparing for a fire, which scares me to death, to prevention of a fire. Please, we need to do something now. Emergency. This is the worst, driest season we've ever had. I mean, this driest year, after 2 or 3 droughts in a row now. And everything is dry, and we got very, very little rain, very few showers even in El Granada this year. So the eucalyptus are very dry, and I'm very concerned about that. I like Nicholas's idea of the what you showed on the map, the yellow line going all from all along the bottom of El Granada all the way to Murata. That's great. That should be done now. But this is what we know you can't clear the whole forest, but how about the 200-foot fire road all along the edge of where the homes are, from El Granada Boulevard all the way down and all the way around, and where you just showed it along the bottom. And thank you, Supervisor Horsley, for saying you'd like to do the medians, because that's important too. We're just as vulnerable down here in the lower area as El Granada Boulevard is. So, and you know, Nicholas, too, you said you have to prioritize, and every area needs to have some part. Well, the difference here, though, is that El Granada is probably the most densely populated area in a forested area. And that's why I think it should take top priority. Maybe there's one other area like that, but when you talk about the South Coast, they're very sparsely populated. They can get out a lot easier than we can. And it's a lot cheaper. I'd rather you spend all the money up front right now, this year, this spring, before the fire season. As much as you can. You're going to get new money from the federal government, and Governor Newsom said this morning he's going to make sure every county gets a good portion of money. Use that new money to focus on doing what's needed to be done now, before the fire season.
Thank you. Your time is up, but thank you for that comment.
I have a dozen more things and questions, but I know I'll save them. I'll write them in, I guess. Are you taking comments for later on, or written?
You can always email midcoastcommunitycouncil@gmail.com, or Supervisor Horsley or several of other presenters have put their email addresses in the chat.
Well, can they address some of the questions I had, or respond to them?
We can go back to you at the end. We're gonna give everyone a chance to speak, but why don't you can raise your hand again. I'm gonna go next to Graham, who's next on the list.
Unmute myself. You should be able to hear me now. You go? Okay.
We can hear you. Yeah.
So yeah, my name's Graham Wood. I live in Upper El Granada Boulevard. I'm one of a group of residents up here who sent a petition with 70 signatures from, it's basically the top 4 or 5 blocks of El Granada Boulevard. And essentially we've been frustrated over many years by the lack of action by the county. Back in 2019, Quarry Park was rated as the number 16th priority in the state, and one of only 2 in San Mateo County. And what was done in Quarry Park was nothing close to the houses at all on El Granada Boulevard. So the only work that was performed on El Granada Boulevard was maintenance of the fire break. Now, this year, I saw Nicholas's presentation at the Board of Supervisors, and that presentation said that for the next 5 years, the only work on Upper El Granada Boulevard is maintenance of the existing incomplete and inadequate fire break. So that's, I think you can probably understand why there is frustration there. So a lot of us came to this meeting tonight hoping that somebody was going to start showing us solutions and offer us help, because we are concerned citizens and we really do need help. This, as a number of people have said, this really is an emergency case. It's an urgent need that we have. And over years, the county has been failing to address it. And unfortunately, apart from Calix, I haven't really seen anybody proposing new solutions this evening. And I really do appreciate Calix being here, I have to say.
Thank you, Graham. Your time is up.
I just want to say thank you. And I want to be really clear. I appreciate that I'm getting these accolades, but we were funded by the county and our work is in partnership with county parks and others. And some of the things that we're doing are because the county has been advocating for these priorities and that sort of thing. So I just want to be really clear that the RCD has been working with the support of the county on all the things that we've been doing.
Yes, thanks, Kellex, for that. Okay, next we're going to go to Catherine Slater-Carter. Catherine, you're still on mute. Go ahead and unmute, and you have 2 minutes.
Let me try this. First I want to thank absolutely everyone and especially the council for this meeting tonight. This has been absolutely valuable and thank you very much. MWSD is willing to work with CAL FIRE or the county to put cameras up on our tanks at our higher elevations to look down the coast. I can say that with certainty. MWSD has given space on our cell towers to the county since I think it was 1999 when we first got them for emergency communications up on Devil's Slide. So please just contact our general manager, Clemens Heldmeyer. And I look forward to talking to everyone more about fire safety in Montara and Moss Beach. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Next, we'll go to Walter Montalvo.
Were you able to hear any of that?
Yeah, we can hear it.
Okay, good. Anyway, thank you very much. And I'm done and I'll be in touch with other people.
Okay, Walter. Walter, if you're speaking, you're on mute. So please go ahead and unmute yourself. And while he's doing that, if anyone else does want to speak in public comment, please raise your hand now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right. Thanks to the council and thanks to everyone giving us such great information on this session. I just had a quick question, and that is, it's for the fire chief. Once a fire starts, let's say, and I know this is really variable, once a fire starts, let's say in Quarry Park, how much time do we have to evacuate?
Like you said, it's variable. Depends on, yeah, it's almost too hard to even try that. I mean, we've had numerous fires in Quarry Park. I mean, there's probably been at least 10 since, in the last 15 years, and none of them got over an acre. Most of them stayed less than 30 by 30. And some of those actually sat and skunked around for at least 18 hours before anybody even noticed it. But if we get into what I call one of those wind events during the dry conditions, a north wind event, you could get a start coming in from, say, a brush field off of Montara Mountain that ended up throwing an ember into Quarry Park, started into the Duff, and eventually get into, with that wind above, say, 45 miles an hour, you could get a fire going in about 30 minutes. And the thing about that is it's going to blow with the wind to the other end of the park until it gets to where it's going to start hitting houses. The danger, though, is when it gets going and starts sending spots out, what we call spot fires out, and starts blowing embers. In the CZU fire, we were finding spot fires that were 3 and 4 miles downwind of where the advancing fire front was coming from. So what that tells me is Half Moon Bay could be getting embers and starts down there. So it really depends on how big the fire is and what conditions you're in. The short of it is, if you're in those wind conditions, if we've got 45-mile-an-hour north winds blowing, you got humidity in the teens, temperatures are up 80 degrees or more, and there's a fire starts and you start seeing smoke coming out of that forest, that's probably a good time to start evacuating if you're downwind.
Mm-hmm. Okay, all right. And I just had one more question. The we live in Upper Granada, so the concern is that we probably wouldn't be able, under certain conditions, may not be able to evacuate going downhill. So we would be looking at trying to evacuate uphill, but there's a gate that's locked. So what do we do? What can we do for that?
Okay, 2 parts of that. One, I understand there may be something being done about the gate. There's probably is going to be some negotiation or something's going to be worked on about that, because we've been talking about that gate for a while.
Cool.
The other part of it is, if this is survival, you're going to go where you're going to go to survive.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I believe that Sid had some additional questions. So Sid, we'll go to you for another 2 minutes.
Great. Back to Walter really quick. If you Google the Oakland Hills fire or go on PBS and look at the video about the Paradise fire, those winds were driving those miles per hour that the fire was spreading. So I hate to be a scaredy tell you that, but get the hell out if you see wind. That's the worst. Anyway, okay, so I had a few for Kelix. I'm going to read them off quick because she usually answers really long-winded, and I don't need a long-winded answer. Kelix, are you the grant writer? That's a yes or no. Kelix, can you hear me? Oh, okay.
I had to unmute.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
No.
Okay. Because we're on the Midcoast, we're part of the county, we're unincorporated, so there's really nobody over here that represents us to write a grant. When you said we should start, writing grants and stuff, there's nobody to do it for us. We're not an entity, really. So
the RCD would write a grant. Yes.
Oh, you would? Okay, good.
I am not a grant writer. I was trying to be brief.
I see. You're not the grant writer, but we could go to you to try to get some grant money written or grants written. Okay, and when's the next chipper program for Moss Beach and Montera? They said May, but is it published yet?
Yes.
Okay, good. Glad to hear that. And then also Mr. Chief Sampson, if you have more than one camera option for the coast, I know 2 people that work at the air station if you need the contact for them. I don't know if the Navy military will let you put a camera up there, but it would be great to aim towards the hills. And the other thing was I've driven up, what's the street? Jefferson, I think it is, that goes up through into Emerald Hills, and the fire station on that road has a little fire awareness sign that says fire danger is low or medium or high. Can we get some of those for the coast side? That seems like a really good way to have awareness. Are you familiar with that sign I'm talking about? It's just a little arrow that they can run out and move.
We probably have about 20 of those across the unit between the 2 counties, but what I hear tonight is people don't want signs up. So if I'm told to get a sign, we'll work on it.
I think they were talking about the Caltrans digital signs, but I think, there were some kids doing fireworks at the El Granada school just like 2 weeks ago. So I'm like, are you kidding me? They had rekindles of the fires from last year. Why were they shooting off fireworks? But anyway, that's not. And then the other thing is, I was thinking, doesn't CAL FIRE need the airport if they were bringing in equipment and stuff for a staging area, or would that be a good refuge area for people?
We would be most likely using that airport.
That's what I was thinking too. Okay, so we still need to identify some places. And then Okay, I did have some, oh yeah, for Nicholas. They had, on your presentation, Nicholas, and I took a picture of it, but I think we were line 2 on that list, and then on line 9, there was Kings Mountain. And one was 92 acres and they got $362,000 allocation and some change. And Quarry Park was 83 acres and that was 170. Now I know there were other parts of Quarry Park that was on the list, but you didn't do it economically by acre. So I was just wondering, the 170 that's line 2 on your chart, is that just to go back up that fire road that was the big thick line on the like Half Moon Bay side of Quarry Park? Is that what the 170 was allocated for?
So, yeah, so to be clear, you can't treat an acre, not every acre of treatment is going to cost the same amount of money because it depends on what the scope of the project is and what you're trying to accomplish to do.
Right.
So, what that project on the second line entails is a lot of maintenance work. So a lot of what we discussed earlier, cutting resprouts, painting that with an herbicide, making sure we're going back and removing any ladder fuels and any type of understory vegetation that would need to be retreated throughout that entire 2019 CAL FIRE fuels reduction project.
I see. Okay, so then that big thick line that looked like it was going up the like a fire road, if you will, on the right-hand side of Quarry Park that's closer to Half Moon Bay, there didn't seem to be any houses there, but I also didn't see any kind of designation to take out the trees that are right behind all the people that back up to Quarry Park on El Granada Boulevard. So, but that's houses and people, so that would be lives. So there's nothing allocated?
That this is gonna have, you're gonna have to wrap it up.
I think that is my last.
So I can go super quick on this. That thick line on the right-hand side, again, is the Southridge Fire Road. The department is proposing to essentially cut an entire new segment of that road so that first responders can access the interior of the park to conduct necessary containment and suppression activities. So what that project does is it, again, breaks the continuity of vertical and horizontal fuel loads to disrupt fire behavior. It gives CAL FIRE, whoever the first responding agency is, an opportunity to respond and produce and conduct the necessary activities. And that's what that project is designed to do.
Okay.
So
well, it didn't seem like there were houses nearby, so that was my question. And the last one is for Supervisor Horsley. And I was just going to ask once again if you could please get the Board of Supervisors to approve a tree removal incentive for people taking out eucalyptus on their property, since a third of the acreage, according to Chief Sampson, is on private property. It would be a lot cheaper than having to reduce their property taxes if their houses burned down. Thank you.
Thank you, Sid. I think we've already discussed that. Okay, next I'm going to go to Fran. I think she had some additional questions, and then Brian and Levi will be our last public comment. Fran, you have 2 minutes. Please unmute yourself.
Okay.
There you go.
Can you hear me again? Hello?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Supervisor Horsley, I was glad you brought up the point of no fires in Quarry Park. And I'd like to suggest maybe this was a simple thing to do as a prevention. Take those barbecue pits out now this spring for this dry summer season. I think, I'm not saying permanently, but I think they need to be removed from Quarry Park because it's too dangerous. People like to build them as high and as much wood as they can put in those pits. And I can just see on a windy day, the embers are going to go flying into the trees and start a fire. So could you please see to that it's done at least? And no smoking signs, have to be bigger in the forest too. Go ahead. Thank you.
Consider both options.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, great, thank you. And lastly, we'll go to Brian Levi. Go ahead and unmute yourself. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Great. I just wanted to, I won't waste time echoing everybody else. It's an emergency. I think there's a lot of good discussion going on. And, I live on 107 Delphine, up at the top of El Granado Boulevard. And it is a very urgent situation for us up here. I just wanted to echo, I don't know if you saw it in the chat, about the link that Dan Haggerty posted about the fellow bunchers. That's really an amazing video. I was not aware such machines existed. Those look very, very effective for the emergency. It seems to me like the state and the county could get together and purchase a few of those and move them around the state as necessary for not just our community, but that would be a really, really good use of the governor's money that he's released to go to service a bunch of different communities. Because I'm sure those are expensive machines, but I would love to see those show up in the next few months here in El Granado to take out some of these trees that are urgent. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, public comment on the subject is now closed. Thank you everyone for your comments. I think we raised a lot of great questions and got some answers, so that was great. Next, we're going to go to members of the council. Each member of the council can have 3 minutes. This is your chance to summarize, not really to ask any additional questions, but to summarize your thoughts and indicate what you think our council's priorities should be as next steps. So first I'm going to go to Dan since he has his hand raised, has had it raised for a very long time. Go ahead, Dan. Please try to keep under the 3-minute limit.
So clearly we have a incredible opportunity to have almost an infinite amount of wood chips generated from removing these trees in Quarry Park. And Rich said earlier that wood chips actually promote native plant growth. And so, when it left, you cut me off, Michelle, I'm sorry, that conversation was not finished. I'm very interested in why is not promoting native growth a good thing? So I want to hear that we can generate a lot of wood chips. There's machinery that it's amazing. How large tree trunks can go into these wood chippers and just turn them into wood chips, and then we would have an abundance of wood chips that we could use to prevent regrowth of invasive species that we do not want, and we can utilize it in a way that could actually promote what we want, depending on where we move it and how thick or thin we spread it. Question for Rich to respond, please.
Okay, if you want to use your time for that, we can have his
Okay,
answer.
so maybe I was not very clear, but I think what I was answering was when you were talking about using wood chips to suppress growth of other eucalyptus. And what we found, well, eucalyptus, it's the leaves that have the chemicals in it that create the reaction that stops a certain fungus that's normally present and growing in most forest soils. It stops it, it kills it. And so that's what shuts down with some of those chemicals growth. About 6 months after you stop leaf fall in the eucalyptus stand, what studies have shown is that process goes away, those chemicals are gone. And so the native plants underneath and whatever else is underneath now has a chance to start growing again and come out of that mulch. We found out even with a 14-inch deep mulch layer that we were still getting native plants to come through. So I think what my comment to you was, it's probably not a good effective way of stopping eucalyptus sprouts to come out. But the good news is we can get the native vegetation, which we want to have come out, the brush, the coyote brush, and the coyote berry, the coyote bush and all that, to start coming up and revegetating the stand. Every plant that's a volunteer like that is a lot less plants that we have to plant to revegetate that site. And it has an intact root system.
I agree. As well known, if you're going to try to slow down the eucalyptus resprouting, there will be required to go in there once in a while and knock down the resprouts. But over time, the root structure below will eventually die out.
That's something we can discuss in the future.
Thank you.
Okay, Dan, was that it for you?
Yes.
Okay. Next, we will go to Len Erickson.
For the people who organize this session, I'm really interested in hearing from them. What is the best route to establish some short-term priorities? Many things were mentioned, but I think especially for the council itself, that would be a useful focus. I'm not suggesting them here, but to consider as a follow-up session, looking at that particular area. That is, take what the short-term priorities we could pull from this meeting.
Okay. Yeah, just to answer that briefly, I think we should definitely have a follow-up meeting. It's getting late. I know we don't have a lot of time to discuss additional next steps, but I think Greg will address some of those in his session. I've also listed out a number of things, which I'll mention when I speak at the end. So next, let's go to Claire.
Yes, thank you for everybody. Thank you, everyone. It's getting late. Wonderful meeting. Thank you for all the effort everybody put into it. I think that probably there's so much here and so many things, so many people that are doing so many different things. Probably the MCC's best use would be to come up with some things we want the county to do right away. I do think that working on permitting things regarding trees and other home improvements would be a really good place to start. I disagree that there's no development going on in El Granada. There's quite a lot. And anything we could do to discourage that would be useful to ask the county to help us with. I know it's very complicated. And I think things to reduce fire risk over the summer. If you look at the weather forecast for this weekend, there's a period of time in the middle of Sunday when the temperature rises 10 degrees over an hour with north winds. So this is not too early to start thinking about all this stuff. But just to sum it up, I think the MCC should focus on what the county can do right now to fix some of the things we need. That's all.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Claire. Next, let's go to Dave.
I don't have a lot to say. I do want to thank everybody who put a lot of effort into preparing and answering questions and presenting today, and for community members who came up with new questions and ideas. I know there are a lot of people who attended this meeting. We're down 35 from the peak, but who have never attended an MCC meeting before, or have only attended a few. And I would certainly say this is definitely one of those cases where positive attitudes and attitudes toward developing solutions is going to be a lot more productive than complaining and disparaging and complaining that the Midcoast is not getting its fair share of dollars and efforts and everything else. As others have pointed out, there are quite a few other parts of the county that are significant fire danger as well, whether it be from eucalyptus or something else. And we're far from alone in the state in that. So an us versus them attitude is not going to be a productive attitude towards solving these problems. I know that's frustrating to people who would like an answer now, or better yet, 5 years ago. But that just isn't the way the system works. Thanks.
Thanks, Dave. Next, Jill.
Thanks, Michelle. I learned a lot tonight, and it was very interesting listening to the presenters, and definitely interesting listening to the community. I'm getting tired, so I'm tongue-tied. I would like to continue the discussion, and I honestly feel like a lot of the frustration is because we have so many community members who want to be involved in the solution, and they're just being shut out. So I would like to have you all think about how we can involve our community in this solution. I saw 2 professional grant writers in the audience tonight attend this meeting. They write the grants for a living. Why can't we, get them involved? They've dropped off, or I would call them out. But we have a lot of resources, and you guys are strapped. You have a lot going on, and I just feel like we have resources in the community we should tap into. And I'd like to continue the discussion. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Jill. And next we'll go to Greg.
So I'm not just going to thank the members of the county and agencies who have attended. I'm going to actually ask them to do something. We have a lot of issues from our perception. We want that gate open at the top of El Granado Boulevard. We want the permit process eased even more than it was this morning at the County Planning Commission meeting. We'd like a bounty on the eucalyptus removed off private property. But I think what we need to do, and we've said this before, is prepare an inventory of the issues we believe are relevant. And I'll be glad to start that by capturing the chat and prepare it for the next meeting. I had thought we would want to blend those issues with the local hazard mitigation plan. That, of course, requires somebody who knows about grants and money and where we can get stuff to filter what we would like to see done into what's appropriate. Because what I heard tonight was, geez, we might not get FEMA money for some of the stuff that I thought we could get. But what I would like to ask Dick and the CAL FIRE folks and Kellex and Supervisor Horsley to do is to tell us what you want from us. Sort of turn it around. Okay. What would be effective? And Kellex was starting to talk to this. So, I know we all have a lot of stuff we want, but I think we just need to take a deep breath and hear from them. And I don't know when to ask you to do that or how to produce it. Fire us off emails, and then I think that should be part of our discussion, coming to the intersection between our issues list and their feelings about what they want us to do.
Okay.
Oh, and I do agree with Jill. We already have a group of adjunct members that are called the Wildfire Warriors. There's about 70 people on El Granado Boulevard, headed up by Graham Wood. And I do definitely endorse the idea of adjunct members helping us out, because we're going to need more people to run for the MCC in a couple of years.
All right. Thanks, Greg. Yeah, I'll just wrap up. So thank you everyone for coming, especially our presenters, but also our community members.
One last quick question, and Nicholas, just very quick.
Okay.
Thank you. So, in my opinion, Nicholas's plan, what he delivered tonight is just not sufficient.
Dan, that's not a question. We've gone over this.
I really want to know more details about exactly what he wants to spray and in which areas, because I have not seen anything. I know there's some Cape ivy, but I have not seen significant need for herbicide spray. I want him to tell me where to look so that I could see it.
So again, we don't just go around and spray herbicides.
Just tell me where to look, please.
Dan, I think, to be honest, I'm done with this conversation.
You don't know?
Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to move on. Dan, I was in the middle of giving my statement, and you're interrupting people all over. We're gonna have to mute you. That's it. Okay, no more. Okay, so to wrap up,
I just want details of where to look. That's it.
I don't think we have an answer for that right now. Please reach out to Nicholas
That is
directly.
clear. That is very clear that you don't have an answer. Nicholas does not have an answer. Got it.
Okay. So as I was saying, so thank you to everyone who participated, especially, our speakers and our members of the community. Yes, it's clear that there are a lot of next steps. And I think Greg had a great point with the LHMP as a means for obtaining funding, especially for the specific projects in Quarry Park and possibly even other regions. There are also a lot of things on the list that can be done, I think, without specific funding. So mentioning the tree ordinance, and I saw in the chat that Kellex would follow up with Supervisor Horsley on that. The MCC could potentially weigh in on that. We have the El Granada Gate at the top of El Granada Boulevard, and Rich Sampson said that there is movement in progress potentially on that. Another thing that we could weigh in on. We have the medians in El Granada. Supervisor Horsley again mentioned possible funding for that. We could weigh in. We also have joining the Fire Safe Council, which I'm not sure if that's done as an individual or if the Midcoast Community Council could participate. We have PG&E. We have possible evacuation scenarios, which I know are covered by Zone Haven, but potentially those areas of temporary refuge, and identifying those, even a map, knowing that it's going to be different based on every situation of wildfire. We also have building in the moratorium, not a moratorium, but potentially limiting the building in El Granada, and then cameras, which I know some progress is already being made. So lots of issues and lots of things to follow up on. What we're going to do is have our April 28th meeting focus on those on follow-up actions that we can take and potentially letters that we can write. And I know we have a deadline on the LHMP, the Local Hazard Mitigation Plan, of mid-May. So if we do want to take action on that, that's a very urgent thing that we need to have a group of people work on. So I know Greg is interested in working on that. And we'll talk. And yeah, what I'm going to do is close out this, and I'm in the future agenda section in a few minutes. We will talk about who specifically wants to work on that, or potentially work on letters that we could write on other issues, and people can identify that. So thank you, everyone. This part of the agenda is closed. We're going to quickly do council activity and then future agendas, and then we will be done for the night. Thanks everyone for sticking around. I know it's late. Okay.
Jill.
Yes, thank you. Okay, council activity. Does anyone on the council have anything to report? Lynn, I think you had something you wanted to mention, or yeah, you have your hand raised. Go ahead. You're on mute.
Yeah, so I was in touch with the Caltrans team that gave the presentations. We have taken no action to present here, so we have a letter in place that identified the use of the signs for emergency evacuations and notices like that, which they've done and done one repositioning of it. I really feel that the value of what they're creating would come more in the data that they're going to collect from the sensors, and I'm trying to understand whether they really have any perspectives on that to bring forward, because they have sort of looked on that as a byproduct. So I'll send a letter on those points to them, but I think at this point, if the council wants to comment, they'll need to do it individually to meet the deadlines. That's it.
Agreed. Thanks. Thanks, Lynn. Greg?
In terms of activity, I just want to mention, and Michelle, I think you know this, that I participated in discussions with the Planning Commission about streamlining the eucalyptus process. They've done some of it. It's not clear to me exactly how fast it is. I think there's a letter probably needed there. In addition, some local residents put together a position paper on the gate blocked at the top of El Granada Boulevard, which I forwarded to the Planning Commission this afternoon. And I think there's a letter of support we should consider writing for the effort. Karen Allenson was the one who put together the document. So that may segue into future agendas. Thanks.
Thank you, Greg. Anyone else on the council? Okay, no other council activity. So future agendas. Yes, as I mentioned, we have on the April 28th meeting, the wildfire preparedness follow-up, LHMP, and then we'll do our quick re-election of MCC secretary and treasurer. And then at a future agenda, actually on May, the first agenda in May, we need to talk about Zoom. Our Zoom account needs to be renewed, and then virtual meetings as a whole in our future, the rest of the year, we may have more information to discuss that. And I know we have Sam as a placeholder as well that Greg wanted to talk about. Claire, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, I've been in touch, as you know, with the people that, the four neighbors that are going to cut down the 31 eucalyptus trees.
Yes.
And they are prepared to make a presentation to us, and you might want to consider whether you want to ask them to come for the next meeting, or currently they're scheduled for June, but we could move it up.
Yes. I feel like the next meeting is going to be pretty packed, the April meeting, but we could have them come either
I'd like
anytime
to
in
hear
May
them
or
in June.
June.
Yeah, I'd like to hear them in June so we could see, we could hear what happens after they cut the trees.
That was the original thought.
Yeah, no, that is exactly right. And if you want, I can ask Danny to put together a brief write-up that he could send to the council just to describe their current sense of things. So if you want a sooner update.
No, I just thought if we needed to, I don't think we necessarily need that. I think we're okay with June. I just thought I would offer that as if we wanted to put it at this point. I don't think it needs to be done.
Yeah, I think June makes sense for that. So let me put that for June. Greg, did you have another comment? Greg, or you're on mute if you're trying to speak. No, okay. So, but we did want to have a group of 3 people work on the action plan for the next meeting. I think it makes sense for Greg to be a part of that. I'm also interested in potentially being a part of it, but if only because
Excuse me,
I want to.
Michelle, action
Yeah.
plan for what?
So we have at the next meeting, we're going to talk about follow-up of tonight's session, but we're also going to talk about the LHMP and the action plan for that, what we want to do. And I'd like to have 3 members come to that meeting with a proposal of how we can be involved in that. And so that would be, I guess, what I was calling an action plan. So on the LHMP, does anyone else want to work with Greg? Do we have volunteers? I think it'd be great to have at least one additional person. Do other members of council feel like it's important for us to be
I'll help
involved in that?
if they need a person.
Okay, great.
I'd love to help, but my plate's full. That's why I'm not volunteering. I have too much work. Sorry.
Well, Greg could
Understandable.
think about who else he wants to work with and ask them if nobody else. Everybody's so tired right now. Nobody wants to volunteer for anything.
I'm happy working with any of the council members, but I also understand there's other things like the firehouse lighting and Caltrans thing and other things other people have to do. I'm happy doing it with Michelle, and no help. It's up to you guys. But Len, I welcome you.
I also have. Yeah, I would like to have someone else just because I'm also working a lot these days, and so Len has volunteered.
I was reading the chat. Can you exactly what are we looking for volunteers wise again? Sorry, can you just repeat?
This is for the LHMP.
LHMP.
The local hazard mitigation plan.
Okay.
Greg has been involved in getting lots of different agencies.
You were also talking about rolling that into the follow-up as far as priorities from this meeting?
I think it'll be 2 separate.
Yes. You don't think they're the same thing?
Well, I think they relate to
Well-
each other, so the same group. can work on both.
Yeah, I
So
think
in
they do
terms
relate
of
to
the
each other.
agenda item, they do relate to each other. But what I was trying to say earlier is there are certain action items out of today that require funding, in which case I think the LHMP would be a good route to that funding. And then there are other items that I don't think require any funding, but are good actions to take, and that we could follow up with, the county or different, parts of the county on those things. And by that I mean like the tree ordinance. Like we're not going to get necessarily like funding from the LHMP to cut down eucalyptus trees on people's property, but we could get we could separately work with the county to try to reduce the permits that are required. Same thing for the gate at the top of El Granada. Like that's they're related issues, but I feel like in terms of like having them on the agenda, there's things that require funding and there are things that we could write a letter or follow up separately. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah, so writing a letter about the gate, that's a separate thing. Writing a letter
Yeah.
about permit process and the idea of a bounty, that's a separate thing.
Yes, and what I think is there's a lot of those separate things that I think it probably makes the most sense, unless everyone in the council really feels strongly right now about one of those being the most important thing, that we should write a letter between now and April 28th and review that at that meeting. I think actually what we should do is use the April 28th meeting to have a discussion about what those next steps are and then go off. So
That's what I thought I was volunteering for.
okay.
So I'll follow, this is Dan, I'll follow up with Greg with a phone call and be clear on the goals of Greg's goals, and then at that point decide if I'm gonna join. But I have that favor to join, yes.
Okay, well, I think me, Greg, and Len are already the group that are going to work on the LHMP. And
All right, that's
I
fine.
think
That's fine. Go for it.
okay. All right. I think that's enough discussion about this. The group of three of us will also work, I guess, on the wildfire preparedness follow-up. I think that's just a discussion. That doesn't need a lot of preparation, except potentially a guide, a discussion guide. So let's do that. And then that'll be our plan for April 28th. If anyone has anything else they'd like to add to a future meeting, please reach out to me directly. Otherwise, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Move we adjourn.
Wait a minute, you have an election.
That's going to be at the next meeting.
Okay, sorry.
It got mentioned.
Okay. So for adjournment, Jill Grant,
Yes.
Claire Touton,
Yes.
Dan,
Good night, everyone. Yes.
Greg,
Yes.
Michelle,
Yes.
Dave,
Yes.
myself, yes, 7:02 to adjourn.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Michelle, take care.
Have a good night.